everybody, welcome back to Finland for the second day of action here in Honkajoki. And what a different day. It doesn't look any different. It's bright and sunny, but it hasn't been like that for the last, 12 hours?
Been a lot of rain overnight. There's high winds. The commentary position is reasonably blustery, and several awnings have sustained a little bit of damage in the paddock. It's really, really windy here, and but the rain we expected overnight to change the conditions actually hasn't really materialised. Not only has the wind taken the rain away, but it's actually dried the track out quite a lot. It was slippery in first free practice this morning, but I think actually the racing is going to be very similar to yesterday in terms of conditions.
And in terms of how that looks, it's still a narrow racing line. I was just watching the first qualifying for crosscar juniors, and the moment you go offline, you're still shooting off into a different postcode. So that is going to remain the same. The grip level might be slightly different, but that online-offline difference is going to be enormous still.
And interestingly, just talking to some of the guys in open four-wheel drive, actually the grid position is going to make a big difference. If you get an even start and you're fifth, are you better to just commit and try the outside, which is unlikely to work? Do you actually roll out at the throttle at that stage and cut to the inside and hope you can gain a bit of ground? But so often with these circuits, I love the fact that it's almost a square right, square left, because it really gives you an opportunity to try an over-under. Hopefully the grip's consistent across the width of the track, and we get some overtaking.
All right, so what do we take away from yesterday's action? Who's sharp? Who needs to find something different?
Well, interestingly, with the OMC team in the background, and this isn't just because OMC is such a big part of the championship, it's actually because there's some great stories here. Robert Zerner was delighted, and we saw him last night as well, didn't we, in the local town, was delighted to be P2 in the pro final in the FC2, was doing donuts at the end, really felt like he'd executed very well in his first year in this category. Oliver Ericsson is convinced that something was wrong with the car. Now, I actually haven't had a chance to speak to him this morning and find out if there was something wrong, but he couldn't understand how he dropped it from the lead where he did it. He's so experienced and so capable. It was something really unusual to happen, but then he went and set the fastest after the race later in the final. But there's always a degree of being absolutely livid with what's happened and extracting more from the car than perhaps you would do otherwise. So there could well have been something wrong, and I'm sure they'll be on top of it if they did indeed have a problem. And Juha Ruktonen, who actually used tyres in the final, was wildly quick, wasn't he? Got shoveled wide in the first corner, and then made up all that ground, was super fast, and great job from him. So it was a tale of two halves really in the open four-wheel drive final, but really interesting. I think that's, now everyone's learnt the circuit, that's going to really set us up today.
And it is all about precision, isn't it? I mean, all of speed is about precision and getting the best racing line. But here, the penalties, it's almost like tarmac ice. That disparity between where the rubber is and where the rubber isn't is enormous. And so that's going to be just as much an issue today.
Yeah, absolutely. Shape for Alexander Lindqvist in the background in Supercar lights, who did a stellar job in his first year in the category against Robert Vittels. It's actually a shame for both Vittels and Lindqvist and the other guys in lights that the entry isn't bigger at the moment, because I actually think where they're operating at is very, very impressive relative to how the pace has been in the last few years. So had there been a much bigger field, I still think they'd be right at the front.
Yeah.
Great to have Simon Olofsson back with the STS RX machine. He was quick yesterday, wasn't he, and getting back into the groove of being in the top category, so it'd be interesting to see what he can do today. And across the board, Martin, I think the finals came alive really. The racing and qualifying wasn't subdued, but it wasn't as exciting as it sometimes is in Rallycross or indeed Rallyx, but semis and finals brought plenty of action.
I think part of that was that most of the drivers don't know the track. So yesterday particularly, in qualifying, you were learning the track. You were learning where the grip was, where the grip wasn't, what lines worked, what lines didn't. And so gradually, after 3 heats and after the free practice, then you start to get into the finals, and they're starting to have a feel for it. So you would think that on day 2, with a full day of experience yesterday, lots of kilometres under their wheels, they're actually going to start at a much higher level of knowledge, and therefore the competition should be tighter right from the beginning of Q1 today.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's all about filling the knowledge bucket, isn't it, as we've talked about for the last couple of weekends. Let's just have a spin around cameraman Peter and have a look at these two Datsun Finns, which I know Martin was very impressed by, having seen these cars for the first time yesterday. Thomas Vennerleinen was very quick indeed in the Smurfmobile. Look at that. World Endurance
Thank you
superstar,
I remember
Martin Haven.
you,
And
you know,
yeah, so Venliner's car here.
5 years old or something.
Venliner was much quicker, I think, yesterday than he has been in the last few years. Mick Usari was the driver that hit the barrier on the right-hand side of the grid at the start of the final. And it's indicative of how this paddock is, that in the WhatsApp group for the paddock last night, these guys were asking if anyone had a stiffer spring for an oil pump because they'd done quite a lot of damage to the car. And someone came good, went home, whatever, found a part, and it's that collaborative effort when you're away from home trying to get the bits required to go racing, and there's a lot of camaraderie in this paddock, isn't there? So fantastic that both of these guys are back today.
This and particularly actually open two-wheel drive it exists on passion and passion alone, because there's no amount of money, there's no amount of time and effort that can be expended that these guys aren't willing to put in. And so that's really what it's all about. You know, they need that, and everybody around them understands that. You have that passion, that's what makes it happen. And without that, yeah, you pack up and go home. And so it's like almost any form of club racing, is that if the word goes out in the paddock that somebody needs something, inevitably somebody's going to have something that you can cobble together to make it work, even if it's not perfect.
Absolutely. I think we were just chatting to Victor Hansen this morning, weren't we, who achieved something remarkable this week with the big Mercedes by going home from Chirp, as we saw on Saturday night, and not only repairing the engine, but he's actually fitted an entirely new engine concept, new wiring loom, new ECU, had to cut the tunnel in the car to fit a different exhaust, and all the associated complications of that you don't necessarily think about. How you fit he's got an electronic throttle body that controls the butterflies, how the prop mounts on because it's endless the amount of work required, and it's amazing that people like that have the passion to do this. And if you haven't watched Victor Hansen's vlog, make sure you go and do that, because it's fairly nerdy and it's very Victor, but it's really interesting and gives a great insight into what's involved in going racing at this level.
Hal's first words when we went to speak to Victor half an hour ago: why was I watching your blog at 1 o'clock this morning? because it's passionate, because that's what this sport, what all sport is about. It's about heart, it's about soul, it's about burying yourself in it. And these guys do it mechanically as well.
Yeah, it's a horrible addiction, as I've said many times. The weather here is changing rapidly, isn't it? It's now actually gone freezing cold. Martin didn't bring a jacket to Finland, which is an extraordinary revelation.
You promised me it was going to be hot.
But it was super wet overnight. It's been windy. It's been really warm in the sun now, but it's also quite cold in the wind. I think the conditions have the potential to change, don't they? There's a lot of cloud around, and yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see. I know we love talking about the weather, but I do like a bit of rain during a race day, because it does mix things up a bit.
You really do love a bit of rain, don't you? All right, I think it might be time to look at getting into some action. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look around this fantastic circuit with Thomas Venäläinen in the Smurfmobile. And as if by magic, we are indeed on board that very Datsun Finn through the final corner and into the first corner of a next lap. Oversteer through the right-hander, and I believe this is going to be the moment where Lucas Gabrielsen appears on the left-hand side from yesterday. Look at that moment, Martin, where Gabrielsen wheelied past the Smurfmobile. They both made it back onto the circuit, remarkably still ahead of Victor Hansen at that stage. Thomas working hard at the wheel. You can see the geometry has been damaged by how much he's on the steering wheel. This is into the Joker section. There's a new tyre barrier there on the left-hand side for today. It's so tight on the onboard, you don't really get an impression of that from the TV cameras trackside. And then this is the merge, where we've seen plenty of action so far this weekend, and indeed we will see a lot more today as well, I am sure. What a pleasure to ride on board with one of the leading open two-wheel drive machines here at Honkajoki. And of course Venäläinen will know this track much better as he passes parts of his own bodywork on the next lap from where he was having his side-by-side with Gabrielsen. Very picturesque, isn't it, around here?
That's bonkers. When they told us we're going to see onboard lap, I thought we'll see an onboard lap. What I didn't realise was we're going to see a starlet flying over the front of the car as well. And that's really, I mean, they were dramatic pieces. We talked to both drivers this morning. You know, Lucas Gabrielsen says, "Is the car okay?" Yeah, just sort of flatten the exhaust. It's not completely round. It's now got little flats. That was it. So actually, they both got away with that relatively unscathed.
It's freezing.
Lovely
up here.
weather.
I don't want to go on about it, but I'm really cold.
I'm going to.
Look at the paperwork. I don't look at it and lift my laptop because it's going to go east.
There is
It's a westerly wind.
The weather is coming from just over behind us there, and it is fairly cloudy, cloud-free skies. It's fairly blue skies, but it is pretty Baltic, which is, I suppose, fitting enough.
But we're not in the Baltics.
Well,
we're in the Nordics.
Hanseatic, give or take, close enough. Yeah, so whether the wind's going to make it... Actually, do you know what? I'm sort of thinking, if you're in a cross car, it probably is. You are probably going to feel a bit of an effect from it.
But they're not. They don't have big slabby sides like a saloon car. So actually, I think probably won't make that much difference. And what we have at this circuit is that you're never straight, are you? Okay, when you come out of the long right-hander at the end of the gravel section, as you come back towards the Joker, that is a straight line. Otherwise, from the last corner to the first corner behind us, it's one continuous corner. There's no straight in the middle. So I actually think the car's moving around so much that perhaps the wind won't have that much of an effect.
And the overnight rain, I mean, everything's pretty much right. Almost not showing any signs at all that it rained overnight, but it did. Talking to the drivers again after free practice in Q1 this morning, they were saying actually the grip levels on and off the black basically, seem to be fairly much what they were. We thought it might even things up a little bit offline, but no, that's not the case. There's still a definite paucity of grip. If you venture even a wheel off the really well used line, then you are sort of into the grey and heading up to the wall.
I would like to regale you with the Q1 results, but I don't lift my laptop at this stage. But I do know that Oliver Ericsson went quickest in open four-wheel drive. There was a bit of action, wasn't there? We saw an incident between Lucas Anderson and Robert Cerner at the Joker Merge that Anderson was given a black flag for by race director Reines Nittis. Perhaps we can see that on replay. I don't know, maybe producer Calla, we can get hold of that footage from Q1 while we await the start of Q2.
I think we might have to get hold of the desk actually, because even in the couple of minutes that we've been on air, the wind has definitely picked up.
So here we are, going to see the footage. Fantastic job by the TV crew. There we are in Q1, the blue machine of Lucas Anderson, just over committing to the left-hander. This is a great drone shot actually. See, he just loses the rear a bit, runs out deep, and while that wouldn't be an issue on any other lap, because Robert Cerner was exiting the Joker, Reines Nittis has elected to black flag Anderson, and that's why I am so pleased I'm not in that position of race director, because the Joker lap always has to give way, but what Reines will have looked at there is the trajectory of the other car on every other lap, and decided that on that lap he did something different, and therefore that's why he will have given the penalty. Look at the barriers blowing around in the background.
You've got to say for Lucas Anderson, that did look like he generally just lost it.
Lucas is not a malicious driver.
No,
and
absolutely.
I don't think there was any intent in. But of course, you always want to block as well, don't you? You know, even if you're not trying to fire someone off. So it is tricky, but I don't think the result was indicative of the intention on the way into the corner. And
absolutely.
Ultimately, all racing drivers want to gain every little margin they can, and that situation on a rallycross track is just a few centimetres later in the braking area, a little bit more throttle angle, the rear of the car's got away. In a four-wheel drive car, all you can do to save that situation is turn into it and bury the throttle, so the diffs will pull you out of it, and unfortunately for him, it's quite loose on the outside. In fact, looking at the corner now, there's a very clean inside line and then a much looser outside line, and he's just dropped the rear in and slid wide. It's a big penalty. Yeah, this is why this is why we just talk about it. But I think, they'll have both been disappointed by that for different reasons.
Yeah, time and again we saw yesterday, and I'm sure we will see again today. If you venture offline, then you are really heading a long way out of the postcode. So into Q2 then with Crosscar Junior. Oh dear, really is Baltic. Patrick Ilainen, Joanna Yililami, second from left, Kasper Raila and Matthias Toivio. So Toivio had a pretty decent day of it yesterday, and Yililami likewise, Yolainen and Raila, young Kasper Raila in that Edge Epic will be looking to try and use the local knowledge. I mean, all of these...
Doesn't really work that line when they're all fins. And
yeah, but then But that's like saying, okay, you're British, so you must know Alton Park. Well, not if you live near Brands Hatch. You don't know it as intimately as maybe a local from Alton Park. I mean,
without knowing all the Finn's hometowns. You're obviously much more adept at Finnish junior rallycross than I am.
And again, also, you know, we talk about crosscar junior and say, okay, these are younger drivers. I mean, they all look like almost primary school kids. They are very young drivers indeed. So, you know, this is the equivalent almost of cadet karting for youngsters. Not quite 8 years old, but certainly there are a lot of very young drivers. And so, you know, the years it takes to build up local knowledge, or the laps it takes to build up local knowledge, once we get into crosscar, definitely I think that applies a little more. So let's say, producers talking to us and the wind noise is so high in our ears we can't hear. So you can see that even the Anderson fences are starting to get blown over here. Everything is, and they're heading straight into the teeth of the gale. Patrick Alainen making a nice start from the inside, and Kasper Ryler in the slightly larger looking Edge Epic up into second place. Matthijs Tovio rather in second place.
Good initial launch from Tovio, and then just didn't have the run on Alainen into turn one. But yeah, we're about to lose the timing screen.
Well, and the TV monitors are sitting on chairs, and they are about to blow over. So
into the Joker for the first time of asking is Yililami, very sideways from the leading duo, just on this freshly graded track. We've been through the lunch break. Martin, the track team here, who've done a great job this weekend in Honkajoki, have been out doing their thing, and obviously the grip will be quite different to what these juniors experienced in Q1, because at the start of Q1 they'll have just had a whole practice session of every competitor, and it'll be much more cleaner than it is now.
Patrick Alainen leading, finished 12th place yesterday, so did make it through into the semi-finals. We'll be looking to do the same again today. Not everybody will get through. Alainen with the Joker, and as we saw from the onboard, that is tighter than it looks, and it looks tight, that first chicane that starts the Joker lap.
So Tovio remains on the standard lap. This will be a push lap from the young Finn to try and take advantage of earlier Jokers. Yulilin into the Joker on the second of the 3 laps.
Tovio 4th in the first day of action last week in Tierp, and then 8th place on day 2. 7th place yesterday, didn't have the best run through the semis, so just missed the cut for the final.
Obviously had an issue in Q1 because we would have expected Tovio to be nearer the front than this. Into the Joker, it's going to be close at the merge, but Yililin has done enough. Tovio sends the car sideways into the final corner to try and get the undercut on the exit, but can't get it done.
Checkered flag is so close, isn't it, on that corner? You're barely in the third apex of the corner and you're across the line. So Joanna Yililin in 3rd spot. And how did she do yesterday? Made it through, no, didn't make it through. 14th position yesterday, same as day 1 in Tierp. Just see there, Yililin taking the inside line with the wheels up on the berm on the inside, just to try and shorten the corner that metre or so that can make the difference. So Yililin will be looking to try and qualify for the semis. Yililin and Tovio well placed at the moment, and Kasper Ryler, one of the 2 young brothers competing in crosscar junior. So hanging on to the bits of paper and the desk and everything else as we get ready for our next Q2 race. Minea Perimäki, she's on the inside of Miska Viitanen, Oni Kankasaho and Anton Manet. Manet having a slightly better run yesterday than in Sweden. 16th and 15th in Sweden, 13th place, just missed out on the semi-finals yesterday. So we'll be looking to try and improve that pace today. So Pachigalainen with a 2-minute 16.4 run through Q2. Let's see if this quartet can make the pace a little sharper. Minea Perimäki on the inside. And again, we're not really going to get a feel for what the rest of the grid looks like until we get into racing later on this afternoon. Perimäki on the podium on Sunday in Tierp, finished in 4th place yesterday in the final. So she'll definitely be looking to try and get herself firmly to the front of this group.
Viivalla Minea Perämäki oli eilen hienosti tämän luokan 4. Misko Viitanen oli.
So track is ready, drivers are ready, contenders ready.
Anton Manne 13.
And away we go. Perimäki trying to shut down the white machine of Miska Viitanen, and it's 3 wide with Anton Manne around the outside, Viitanen around the nose of Perimäki, and that's this qualifying run done for both of them.
It's difficult in that stage as well because they don't have reversing cross cars, but actually behind us, Viitanen I think has managed to get away. They both have now. But when you're stuck together, you can't back out of it. You've just got to hope that they can wriggle themselves free. We've seen that a few times. Into the joker is Kangasaho.
So this is working well for Anton Manne. Kangasaho really hitting the bank hard there on the exit of the chicane. Seen that a lot as well. So Anton Manne out front and now must really dial into this and capitalise fully. This is a golden opportunity. 2 cars already miles behind. The third has jokered, and so for Anton Manne, you've now got to just get on with it and make sure you keep the line neat and keep the speed up. Joker right on the last lap to avoid any dramas with Kangasaho, whether Kangasaho's quicker or slower. If you joker on the last lap, it's kind of immaterial.
Unless you have carnage at the merge, as we've seen so far, and really that's what you want to avoid, isn't it? Because you only compromise both of your times, as we saw with Anderson and Cerner in Q1. And ultimately, you want to win the race, but it's more important to get to the race and at the end of the race in a good time relative to everybody else as well. So there's always that dynamic, and I know you always reference this as qualifying, Martin, and it is because it's qualifying 1, qualifying 2, qualifying 3, but it's not like circuit racing qualifying where you're just chasing the clock. The whole racing situation versus the time element is what makes this so interesting. In the background, Perimäki driving absolutely livid from losing all that time in the first corner, sets the fastest lap of the session so far on a 40.0.
Very lurid angle attack there as Miska Viitanen comes back on from the joker. So Anton Manne, Perimäki way clear of anybody, over a second faster than anybody. Kangasaho now setting the fastest lap, 40.8, but a 40.0 for Minea Perimäki. So Kangasaho the winner from Anton Manne. Manne could not quite make the pace that was required. Best lap for Anton Manne, a 42.0. Best for Minea Perimäki in that purple machine, a 40.0. After this, absolutely livid, I'm sure, but finishing 4th, but certainly got pace in that kart, and that's in that machine.
I don't think anything will come of that in the first corner because Viitanen's come across. Perimäki couldn't have gone any further to the right. It's just a bit clumsy, isn't it, really? And to be honest, I'm surprised we haven't seen more of that this weekend. There's been loads of respect, as I always say, there's lots of respect and spatial awareness in the junior category. And just one of those racing incidents.
Yep. Well, Kangasaho there from the rejoin, well ahead of Anton Manne, taking victory. And again, for the race director, I think probably that's just 2 into 1, everybody looking for the same bit of tarmac, and it was definitely not malicious, or didn't seem to be malicious anyway. So only Kangasaho coming out on top of that one. Now Sebastian Isakseta, Thomas Lapoti, second left, Williami Raila and Kimi Laxola. So only Sebastian Isakseta was competing last week in Tierp. Laxola in the green machine gets a good launch, very slow away from Williami Raila. He didn't make the semis yesterday. Sebastian etc. looked to be on very good form, the Norwegian. Behind him with the Lightning McQueen colours, Thomas Lapperty, number 95. 95 always seems to attract the Lightning McQueen colours, and the monitor has just blown off the chair. So I'm afraid we no longer have pictures. How you carry on? I'll pick the monitor up.
I'm going to look. No, the technical team are coming. I'm going to have a look out the comments box window. So, etc. continues to lead at the front of the order into the final corner, followed by the 95. As you say, etc. was quick yesterday, just didn't quite come good at the end of the day for the young Norwegian.
Yeah, finished in 8th place after second on day 2 in Tierp behind Ivari Manisto. So Sebastian etc. really having to try and find something here.
Fastest lap of the race so far for etc. on a 40.7, but that's some 7 tenths away from what Perimäki did in the previous one. Doesn't better it this time around.
Ryler picking up a spot there with the Joker, so that worked well for Ryler. Up to 3rd position, was definitely lagging behind away from the start.
But etc. is substantially faster than anyone else in this run. The best lap for anyone else is the best part of half a second slower into the Joker this time around for Laxola.
And he's etc. making a very nice job of that. Comes out comfortably in front, but Laxola dropping to the back of the pack. So Ryler actually has produced a really good qualifying race, from getting dropped away at the start to 2nd place at the line.
Ryler does the fastest lap of that race on a 40.3.
That's impressive.
On the final tour, still not as quick as Perimäki was in the opener. We now have pictures again in commentary, so we can. I don't think anything too dramatic happened.
Well, they all made it to the line, so yeah, just message us if we missed something while we couldn't see.
That always goes. always call us out for getting things wrong.
Yeah.
A wounded TV screen leaves us up here.
Well, that can go straight in the bin because that's not getting fixed, is it?
etc. takes the 3rd race victory in junior crosscar ahead of Ryler Lapotti, as we will see the fastest quartet from Q1 in this final race. There they are.
Ivari Manisto on the left, number 13. Unlucky for some, not for Ivari Manisto. 3 wins so far from 3 events. And Pitu Matalamäki, the runner-up yesterday. Improvement through the season so far. 8th and 6th in Tierp. Boom on the podium yesterday. And alongside Jiri Hukka, 2 podiums. 3rd place on day 1 in Sweden, 3rd place on day 1 in Finland. And Alex Antila was the one who really has dropped away. 2nd in the first final in Tierp, and then 7th on Sunday in Tierp, and only 5th yesterday. So Alex Antila on the right-hand side of your picture needs a slightly better day today. Doesn't get a great launch, nor does Hukka, but they're interlocking wheels in front.
The 2 contenders from yesterday, Matalamäki and Manisto, off on the outside. Alex Antila got a terrible start relative to the rest of the pack, but actually that worked perfectly because avoided the carnage. How often do we see that, Martin, where actually you don't get the best of the starts, but you can assess what's going on, you don't get tangled up, and you can make a bit of hay into the Joker this time around for Alex Antila.
Sounds like my racing career. They'd be sweeping up the first corner accident by the time I got there from my position way back on the grid. So Jiri Hukka, I mean, door wide open here, and again, the golden opportunity you must seize with both hands. Sometimes fate deals it in your direction.
So I wonder if our lovely director in the truck can show us the 2 drivers, because as I see at the back of the commentary box, they are standing very separately on the bank, so clearly displeased with each other for getting tangled up.
It's better than them standing nose to nose and toe to toe.
Well, we may have missed that. But ultimately, you're always going to be frustrated with each other in that situation. Classic start scenario. And what did we say yesterday? Saturday, the first round of 2, it's always that little bit more sedate. Sunday afternoon is when it hots up that little bit. Jere is on a bit of a mission. A 40.065 is right there with Perimäki. Now, I didn't write Perimäki's lap time down to the 1,000th of a second.
But
it is at least equal.
Close. Yeah, absolutely.
But it's largely irrelevant because Perimäki's lap time was great, but she was just driving absolutely livid from the incident that happened earlier on, so the time wasn't there at all. He's accepted currently crashes to 2:14.367. You can see that bottom left of your screen, and we ride above Jere, who has been so competitive this season in junior crosscar, side by side with Alex Antila at the Joker merge. They're going to be nose to tail as they cross the line.
This is going to play really well for both of them. 13.6. And in fact, they're both quicker, aren't they? Antila 2:13.8. Yeah, so they are the fastest 2 times.
Let's have a look back at this incident then. So you're not allowed to move aggressively into the first corner. Oh, that was the tiniest of touches from Mäkelmäki into the side of Monisto. That upset the balance of Monisto's car and trajectory. And when you lock together like that, no one intended to turn left. They just that's where the inertia is taking you.
That's when the tyres touch. And unfortunate for Monisto and Mäkelmäki, but a golden opportunity for Jere and Alex Antila, and boy didn't they seize it. Absolutely grabbed that with both hands.
But given the pace of Monisto and Mäkelmäki, they'll be back up at the front of the order, I'm sure, in Q3, and crucially for them, they'll have the slowest of the races to take part in, so actually they'll probably have a clear track, although they'll be starting side by side again, and it'll be critical that they don't fall over each other next time around.
Well, golden opportunity, well seized for Jere and Alex Antila. And again, I doubt there's even any suspension misalignment on either of these vehicles. They just got interlocked, and as you say, with no reverse, unless you're going to lift it up yourself. And you can see Monisto already leaving. Mäkelmäki already leaving, Monisto following suit. Yeah, again, you know, from the naked eye, not being a proper driver, it looks like an entirely racing incident, no harm, no foul. I imagine our race director will be looking at any replays he can find, just to try and make sure that everything goes as it should.
Speaking of things going as they should or not, on the outside in this one is Rikka, winner on day 1 in Tjörp a couple of weeks ago.
Bear with caller.
In crosscar, so clearly had an issue in Q1 this morning.
Yeah, winner yesterday as well, the number 2 machine, Rikka. So 2 wins so far this season, and gets the run around the outside in the first corner. It would look like the teeniest of touches there with Niemi.
Niemi had a difficult day yesterday, but has better pace, I think, than the result ultimately showed. This is what Hukar needed though after an issue in Q1. Obviously, what you don't want to do then is get stuck in the traffic in Q2, and that's what Mäkelmäki and Monisto need to avoid in Q3 later on of junior crosscar after their little incident.
Bauman's in second place, decided not to joker, so Maite Niemi did, so she's jumped into the joker.
Hukar, the only of the drivers in crosscar not to finish the Q1 session.
So we got a Hukar and a Monisto in this heat as well. Hukar, his younger brother, having a golden ticket here. Bauman's doesn't joker now. Monisto does. So Ida Maria Monisto from 3rd place jokers, but will drop back down to 4th because Maite Niemi will be coming back up. She's back up to 3rd. Rikka last lap. He and Bauman's there will both joker this time round. So Hooker with the fastest lap so far, 37.289. It's a nice clean joker. You can see the effects of the rain, the after effects of the rain. The earth is very black here, even blacker with the tarmac, with the rubber down on this really hard pressed surface. This is definitely not Belgian rallycross territory, not sandy and rutting up fast. It's a really hard compressed surface. Rico Hooker takes it with a 203.386. And of Janus Bauman's, Marginima and Ida Maria Manisto completing that one. And from the outside, Hooker nailed his colours to the mast nice and early. From second on the grid, Marginima hit the brakes when she realised the gap that she was heading into was not going to be cross-car sized by the time she got there. So dipping the nose, allowing her to keep a tight line close to the barrier, but allowed Rico Hooker to sail around the outside. There does seem to be a little more grip out there than there was yesterday. And Rico Hooker, 203.386, that's the time that the rest of them will be looking to beat. Okay, disappointing Sunday in Tier. Only just made the semis and finished last. So I don't think he finished in the end. So 2 wins, we'll be looking for a third. And then Espen Isaac Secha on the inside with 3 new additions to Rallyx North this weekend. Also on the grid, Saarinen on the outside, little contact behind, but a clean start from Isaac Secha to take the lead. This is going to be a tight fought one. Isaac Secha just with his nose in front of Konsta Saarinen. Who's jokering this time round?
Rosmalm into the joker for the first one we're asking, and that jump is a bit bigger today, isn't it? All 4 wheels off the ground.
Definitely looks like it.
I think the grip's more consistent through that right-hander as well, Martin. You can see where the dust is coming off the rear wheels on these cross-car machines is right across the width of the track. I'm sure that'll clean as we go through the day.
They've done a lot of sweeping as well here to try and clear some of that loose dust away. And of course, you send out one sweeper, you're sending out 16 sets of four-wheel drive vehicle or four-wheeled vehicles to move the dust. Dropping into the joker.
Late call.
Penttinen. Yeah, made a little bit of a fist of it. So is it Secha and Saarinen? What are they now? Over a second apart, second and a half apart. Gap's now out to 1.8 for Isaac Secha. Penttinen, how far back? 2.7 seconds off the leader, so Isaac Secha
Wide
will joke on the last lap.
For Saarinen in that battle for second. They've both got a joker. Rosmalm is going pretty quickly behind. Very similar pace to these two on the sectors. Not enough to challenge Isaac Secha, but is enough to get up to second. Great job by Rosmalm. There's a bit of contact into the final corner. Penttinen also looking for a way up into fourth as they get to the line. Isaac Secha though takes the race win.
Penttinen did get fourth ahead of Viktana.
Isaac Secha not as quick as Hukart from the previous run by the tune of 4/10 of a second.
Oh, really? As much as that? Wow. So Isaac Secha just getting a little bit of a nudge in the first corner, but from behind, not putting him too sideways. And there Penttinen deciding that he was kind of eased into that joker lap actually. And at the rejoin, this is Rosmalm just having enough to cover off Saarinen and take second place at the line. So Espen Isaac Secha 2:03.7, so that leaves him actually a second quickest, with Rosmalm third ahead of Jans Bouwmanis but Rico Huka still with the best time. We move on now. Carl Svedlund on the left, Jonathan Yililami, Thomas Ekmerstad in the centre, Vettel Tree and Alexei Swono. So Ekmerstad not quite producing the sort of championship-winning form that he had last year, but this looks like a good start for him. He's going outside, inside, no, just losing too much on the loose.
Svedlund leads up front ahead of teammate Vettel Tree, or is, no indeed, it's a Yililami who's second. Ekmerstad runs a bit wide. Vettel Tree, watch the nose of the car dip down as he backs out of the throttle just to get to the apex in the middle of the corner. Ekmerstad jokers for the first time of asking. Swono at the back of the pack. Oh, and wide up front is Carl Svedlund. Now Yililami will look to the inside in the purple machine, clips the bank with the front left, loses a bit of time. That was a get out of jail free card for Carl Svedlund, Martin, because he'd gone wide and Yililami in his haste to try and get by actually lost a bit of time by clipping the inside.
Yeah, you hit that bank, you know all about it. I just think that rattles your fillings.
Vettel Tree running third at the moment. It's a 37.5 for Svedlund on the opening lap, which isn't a million miles behind the best lap we've seen so far in this session into the Joker section for the JC Race Technic driver and race leader.
That didn't look like a good chicane for him.
This is all to try and cover off Thomas Ekmerstad, which has just about worked.
Did work by inches. Vettel Tree also joker that lap. That didn't really help his position much.
But they would have jokered Vettel as a team strategy decision from JC, so that Vettel wasn't in the traffic with Carl. Look how wide they run. Look where the clean line is that much deeper now that we've got this whole session of senior cross carts, because they're carrying that momentum into the corner. Swono jokers for the final lap. Gets a bit crossed up on the way in. Look to the left. That's the standard lap. In the alternative extra route is Yililami, who drops down to third. Q1 winner. Carl Svedlund's going to stop the clock on a 2:02.2, the fastest race of the session. 2 from 2 for Svedlund.
Ekmerstad will also be quicker than Rico Huka, and Jonathan Yililami, I think, will be 4th, 5th fastest. So it was a bit of a scramble in the first corner. Thomas Ekmerstad out wide, Swono even further out wide with those green highlights on the top of his crosscar machine. But so easy if you put a wheel out wide to really just get dragged completely into a different postcode here. In the first couple of corners, and they're around the top of the circuit as well. Those long sweeping corners, once you lose the line, you just get further and further and further away. And whether you lift off or keep the throttle buried, the pain is the same, I'm afraid. So Carl Svedlund with the fastest time of the session. Thomas Ekmerstad second quicker. Rico Huka still third quickest from Espen Isaksecha, Jonathan the Yililami, enough for 5th, and Vettel Tree for 6th. So we move now into open two-wheel drive. And Simon Tiger is on the grid after and doesn't leave.
Victor Hansen takes the start in the run to the first corner. Jonny second, Bjorn Stur, who had those technical issues yesterday, back up and going with the Ford Focus. Simon Tiger struggling to get the car away. Oh, problems for Thomas Vennerleinen as well, who we rode on board with for that lap. The attrition in open two-wheel drive is indicative of the tradition of rallycross, isn't it? Because these cars are so unique and highly strung. Up front though, Victor Hansen, who told us this morning, Martin, yesterday he had some problems with the start process, and when the final was restarted, the battery actually got too hot with the waiting.
So he had no hybrid, yeah.
And he relies so heavily on the hybrid for his perfected starts. The electric motor comes in quite early and helps with that linear delivery to kill the wheel spin, and what he didn't do was compensate for the battery being too hot and removing the hybrid and go high enough on the RPM, and by that usually he runs the RPM quite low, as Vennerleinen pulls off the circuit. He runs the RPM quite low to not get wheel spin for the internal combustion engine and allow the electric powertrain to help him get off the line. But when the electric powertrain's not there, you need more revs for the internal combustion engine to spin the wheels. And
Otherwise,
didn't get that
you're
balance.
bogging down. Yeah.
But clearly it's going well today. It's a bit cooler today in general, isn't it? I don't know, we've banged on about the wind, but actually the temperature overall is cooler, and that will definitely help him in that situation.
Definitely.
Up front at the moment, best lap of a 39.0. He clearly didn't have a great run in Q1 earlier on because he's in this first race of the session. So Johansson's best lap in Q1 was a 41.3, so he's massively quicker. But as I always say, you can't really compare session to session because the track could be so different, and we didn't see every bump and bit of dust in the first session, so the grip could be different. It's going to be reasonably close at the Joker merge, but not too much. Johansson is going to drive to the line, claim the race win with a time of 2:09.5, and that would have been good enough to be fastest overall in Q1, but
By
again,
over a second.
the track could be quicker, so it's...
Yeah, and it probably is. It's probably drier, and it's been swept by the tyres a little bit more, but a good start from Johansson.
Definitely transmission for Tiger in the background because the car moved and then stopped, so that has all the hallmarks of everything being loaded up, the car moving, and then something in the drivetrain going whang.
Yep. And unfortunately, Venäläinen in the Smurfmobile also getting away from the line, but not really very much further. Joni having a little bit of a better day, hopefully today, than yesterday. Only 8th yesterday after 2 podiums in Tier.
When I was training, or not training, I didn't do any official training, when I was learning to be a rallycross journalist, I discovered that calling technical problems drivetrain basically covers the entire car. That isn't suspension or bodywork. Yeah. So
unless the seat has come off.
So drivetrain's always a safe bet, isn't it, really?
Pretty secure. Yeah, hedging your bets. Again, I tend to blame electronics in the modern era, because if it's not burning, then... and actually often if it is. Yes. It's, mechanical...
Are we
preparation
hearing, now you're hearing live on air a man trying to dig himself out of a
No, not at
hole.
all. No, I'm quite happy to dig myself into any hole at any time, as you well know, over a number of years of experience.
On pole position in this one is Joni-Pekka Räilä, who had a great day yesterday, didn't he? Winning the four-wheel drive AM final in the Mitsubishi Mirage, and frankly dominating open two-wheel drive in the Toyota Corolla that we've seen Olli Lahti drive in the last couple of years. And Gabrielsen, second on the grid here, was so lucky to get away with that moment with Venäläinen without any damage, and he would admit that. He's got great pictures and videos from the moment, but I'm sure he'll be somewhat relieved it didn't go, because that could have dug in and gone horribly wrong.
I think for both of them it was a bit of a Code Brown moment that came down a lot better than it took off. In the centre, Eric Lidman, good launch from him, all but contact with both starlets. Now that's a first, as Gabrielsen comes through in the second. Sari getting biffed, boffed and bashed all over the place.
So often you get offline a little bit like that, and then you're at the whim of the other drivers who just get a little nudge and it forces you to that bit further wide, but Sari did manage to gather it all back up. Sari had an oil pump issue yesterday, having been hard in the barrier in the wall off the start line into the Joker.
Leitonen in the other starlet. This is the one we didn't see or haven't seen in Sweden.
Hey, Gabrielsen's going with Joni-Pekka Räilä here. This is the closest I think we've seen anyone challenge Räilä so far this weekend. Great torque though from the Toyota out of the final corner, just pulls that bit away. Such a short shot. Gabrielsen closes rapidly into turn 2. That's exactly where we saw that moment yesterday with Venäläinen, but
like a dog with a bone, isn't he?
I love open two-wheel drive and seeing the difference between where the cars are strong, and I guess you see that a lot in what you do more regularly, Martin, in endurance racing, but clearly Gabrielsen's car is very capable in some areas, and the short wheelbase, I guess, really compromises it on the exit of the long corners, because you just can't slide the car in the same way that you can with a longer wheelbase.
You can actually see where he is, and you don't think of the Toyota Corolla as having a long wheelbase, and particularly compared to the BMWs, for instance, it won't. And there,
good battle here for
out wide, but and you look at that corner and you think, no, he's way too wide, but in fact in that instance he was. I was going to say the wide sweeping line where you just keep a constant helm and you just keep the throttle buried does seem to work.
Libman's carrying issues though with that pace. We've seen more than that from him. Into the Joker for the final time of asking for Gabrielsen and race leader Ryler. Gabrielsen's just dropped off a little bit in this run, but still competitive from the pair of them. Sari has made good ground after losing time in the first corner, but Ryler takes yet another qualifying race win, and the session on a 2:08.0, 1.5 seconds quicker than that of Victor Johansson in the previous race.
Gabrielsen just 300 slower than Johansson. But Gabrielsen, yeah, look at this, so close to the back of the Toyota.
Huge understeer from Ryler in the middle phase of that. There's such long corners here, aren't they? It flows so nicely, but it's all about carrying the momentum. The mid-corner speed critical.
And in fact, the Corolla and the Starlet, two very different generations of Toyota, I suppose.
They're almost not, yeah, I didn't even consider they're the same make because they're so far apart in age, aren't they?
Yep.
Ryler takes the race win and the session victory. Gabrielsen, Sari complete the top three.
Yep, so Ryler fastest, Johansson second fastest, Lucas Gabrielsen third quickest, and Jonny in fourth. Björn Stura in that Focus fifth quickest, ahead of Mikko Sari, who got a little bit wriggled out. As we go then into quickly.
Supercar lights on pole is Alexander Lindqvist, Kevin Darback, Robert Vittels and Pontus Oskarsson. This is a three-way scrum into the first corner. Darback's the meat in the sandwich. Vittels gets forced out wide. Oskarsson has a look to the inside, but they all get out free, and Lindqvist, having been fastest in Q1, leads the order. Lindqvist has really impressed me this season, Martin. We were chatting in the opener, weren't we, that the size of the Supercar lights grid isn't doing justice to the pace of the front-running drivers, because actually Vittels is very good, and we've seen him at lots of different levels, and we know how capable he is. But for Lindqvist in his first year in lights to be going with Vittels and doing such a good job, I think would have been impressive in any of the recent seasons when there has been a lot more entries. But we're assured there is going to be a much stronger entry in Alpspin in just a couple of weeks in this fast-running string of events for Rallyx, so it'll be fantastic to see some more cars.
For Lindqvist, first podium yesterday, he took second place behind Vittels, so I mean that's showing his confidence is really soaring. Darback jokers now.
You've got to be in it to win it though, haven't you? And Darback was exactly the case of that. Really froze the 193 machine into the chicane in the Joker, but Darback was there to pick up the pieces last weekend in Chirp when Vittels ran into a slow puncture problem in the final. Darback was absolutely delighted with that victory and managed to execute some brilliant donuts, which is not easy in a lights car.
So Vittels in the unusual position of not starting from pole position in Q2.
The fastest lap rate of 37.2, a 37.5 for Lindqvist, who needs to Joker right now. This could be close at the merge.
Oskarsson, Pontus Oskarsson drops in as well, black and orange machine. So Lindqvist, I'm not sure he's got the pace here. Robert Vittels could have this covered off, not quite. That's a good qualifying race from Lindqvist. Alexander Lindqvist will be first to the flag. Pontus Oskarsson dropping down though to fourth place at the back with Vittels and Darback. So from the inside on pole position, Alexander Lindqvist holding his nerve and his line, and then Kevin Darback with the red and yellow machine. You just saw the nose dip as he just dabbed the brakes to free himself from Lindqvist before the two machines just ended up firing him away. He drops back in behind Robert Vittels, so Kevin Darback third place. And across the line, Lindqvist with a 2:04.0 run. So Lindqvist looking to build on yesterday's second position. Are we going to get a third different winner in 4 outings this season? It's not beyond the bounds of possibility. He's certainly showing that he's got the pace. Into open four-wheel drive, and at a moment, a winner in Sweden, ahead of Pasi Penttinen, and then Romit Sirna and Lucas Andersson, the white and blue machine on the right. Sirna with that contact in Q1 that ended up breaking bolt in a ball joint, so they've had to rebuild the left front corner. But other than that, the car seemed to survive pretty well. Sirna just trying to make a little bit of elbow room for himself to go wide around the outside. There's contact again. This is not his day, is it? That'll teach him to associate with us overnight.
Yeah, disappointing for Romit Sirna on the outside. Need to see that again from the drone shot, really. But sometimes when the pack bunches up like that, someone gets spat off to the left, and quite often that's because the driver in the middle, the car in the middle is that bit further back, so you actually get rotated around the front. Andersson into the Joker, did well to keep out of that mess in the first corner, just hung that bit wide and picked up the pieces, takes an early Joker to get some free air. Penttinen in the Fiesta has been much more competitive today than we saw yesterday, but now this is all about Lucas Andersson, who was on the podium yesterday, picking up the pieces. Andersson, one of 5 different winners in 2026 so far in the FC2 machines. Adam Oman up front in this one. Oman, who claimed victory in the AM final just a week ago. Penttinen into the Joker this time around.
So how's this going to play out versus Andersson? There's Adam Oman, but this is the rejoin that's going to work very happily in favour of Lucas Andersson.
Just what he needed. Let's see the lap time. Oman fastest, 37.7, but I suspect Andersson's going to go quicker. 37.7, but 200ths quicker than Oman, so I was right by just a fraction. Oman will Joker this time around on the exit of this long right-hander into the alternative extra route is the Oman machine.
At 5.4 seconds over Lucas Andersson at the start of the lap. So Andersson flying through in the background, it absolutely should be enough. And at the rejoin, that must be really tantalising as you're heading down into that left-hander on the normal lap. You can see your rival coming, and you've got to try and judge whether you're going to be close enough. Lucas Andersson was not. So at a moment, 2:05.658.
Andersson just a little bit slower than his best lap by a matter of 100th of a second. Now let's have a look back at this instant here. Sirna's turned in. Okay, I think Sirna's been optimistic there, to be honest. And it's so difficult in the first corner. He has got rotated around the front of Penttinen, but
not because of an error by Penttinen.
No, Penttinen's done nothing wrong there in my eyes. And I don't, nor has Sirna really, but it's just optimistic to hope that the cars on the inside are no longer there, because ultimately, if everyone's made a reasonable start, you can't expect the cars on the inside not to be there anymore.
So no finish for Romit Sirna. Adam Oman though with the fastest time from Lucas Andersson and Pasi Penttinen. We'll move on with our current points leader, Olli Eriksson, on the inside. Juha Rykkönen beside him, and Rykkönen impressive yesterday. Tobias Darback, the bigger Darback, and Simon Olofsson, and then Joni Raila on the outside.
Juha Rykkönen was telling us over lunch that he's getting the initial launch, but he's just not as proficient as the other more experienced FC2 drivers at the second phase of the launch strategy in the run to the first corner. It'll be interesting if he's got on top of that, because there's full data sharing in the OMC awning, so he'll be able to see what Olli Eriksson's doing and try and replicate it. Seeing and doing two very different things though.
It's relearning, isn't it? You know, the speed is there naturally, but it's learning the nuances of the machine, and that was a pretty level start, wasn't it, with Darback? And Darback dropping back to 4th or 5th, but around the outside, stunning start for Joni
contact. Olli Eriksson spun sideways in turn 2, just about to say, the wheels off, right rear off for Olli Eriksson. Up front though is Raila. Raila didn't get the best reaction.
Raila
Rykkönen is up front.
Raila was the leader, but after that contact, he's almost out as well. Darback
getting
drops
my
into the Joker.
Finish mixed up in the excitement. There is Rykkönen, who's carrying damage
Yeah.
he?
Well, I don't know, but he had a big oversteering moment there, whether he was just offline or not.
Ryler's
Simon
going
Olsen.
in the background there. Ollie Eriksson runs away from the car. Eriksson just is in the wrong place at the wrong time so often.
If it wasn't for bad luck this season, he'd have no luck at all.
And the same goes for last year. He just, yeah, it's tricky, isn't it? Olofsson returning this weekend, looking well on top of the FC2 now. Darback in the first corner, Martin, was very astute, wasn't he? Bailed out the throttle early, tucked to the inside. We saw him do that yesterday, actually, as well. There is Ruktunen at the front of the order. Ryler still rotating. I don't think Ruktunen did have an issue. It was just he clipped the inside and looked out of shape, perhaps more than having damage. Eriksson, lucky that car didn't roll as well to a degree in a deeper sand trap on the inside, because he kept the foot in, that bit of contact.
Darback riding the berms on the inside. It's like hitting the curbs on a racing circuit, it just gets spat off.
Ruktunen on a 36.7 last time around, so big push ahead of his Joker front right puncture for Joni-Pekka Ryler.
And Olofsson went with him.
Ruktunen enters the final corner now. Olofsson touches the bank on the inside, has contact with Darback, but up front Ruktunen stops the clock on a 2:02.7. That's much quicker than at a moment in the previous race to take the session victory. Ollie Eriksson collecting his wheel.
You can never say of the Eriksson family that they make somebody else do the hard work. They just, they're all juggling plates 19 to the dozen, so he knows he's going to need that.
Right, let's have a look back at this. Ruktunen hasn't made a great start in the middle. Ryler's made a massively good start around the outside. Turns in and clips the front of Eriksson. They both kind of get away with it at that stage, but it's that second contact from Ryler into the side of Eriksson. Now, it'll be interesting to see what Rallyx. That's not a great angle from that, sadly. I wonder if we've got it from the drone. Oh, we have. I think it's clumsy. I don't think it's at all malicious on Ryler's part, but I do think Rallyx Nittis will look dimly on the fact that there was two separate pieces of contact.
Yeah.
Bit of clumsiness there from Olofsson, and Darback was just in the way, got forced wide. I suspect those two positions will be changed, but we'll have to see afterwards.
Yeah.
Just hopefully we can see the first corner again quickly before we come off air from Q2.
Slightly annoying for our race director also that he's just booked his Monday flight, changed it to a Sunday night flight to try and get back home to Riga tonight. That may possibly not happen.
Great, so this is the drone shot. So Ruktunen in P2 hasn't had a great start. This is perfect, isn't it? Slowed down drone. Look at Ryler's launch on the outside. Brilliant from the Mirage. Eriksson on the inside. Ryler's come across. Eriksson's done nothing wrong there because he's on the inside, can't go any further right. They've had contact, fair enough.
And
Ryler hasn't intended to make contact because he's been gathering up the car on the outside, but you could argue that Ryler turned in too aggressively in the first phase of the corner, and that's what over-rotated him, forced him wide, and then they had the later contact. Eriksson's done nothing wrong.
And
it's up to the race director whether Ryler has actually...
And Ollie Eriksson left room on the left as well because he didn't know where Ryler was going to end up, so he didn't even close that gap. He left racing room to survive, and unfortunately fate came and got him. And as you saw, that right front puncture for Ryler also took him out. So,
he see it again from the front. Ruktunen didn't make the best of the starts, did he? So having said that the first phase was where he was good, it didn't actually transpire in that one. Ryler's come across aggressively from the outside. You are reliant on your spotter as well at that stage, Martin, as to what to do. Eriksson just having Ollie Eriksson kind of luck there.
Well, there was no malice, was there? This was not shutting the door by either driver. It's again,
I do think Ryler's optimistic there to come across so much, but when you've had such a good start, you've got to try and get across because that's where the clean line is. Here it's all fine. There's nothing wrong here. Eriksson going in a straight line has then had contact in the rear. I think Ryler might get a penalty, but yeah, tricky.
Yeah. You sort of have to judge it on its merits, not on the after effects of that contact. There we go.
This is the end of the race. This is the contact between
Olofsson and Darback. And Olofsson was very, very close to the barriers on the inside. as he tried to cover off the rejoining Darback. Darback, I think, will feel possibly a little bit hard done by there because he just did get completely turfed off. And again, it's the same thing. You can see how clean the line is, and yet when you get nudged off, even on the tarmac here, watch the amount of dirt that is coming up from Darback's car. It is absolutely filthy out there. So, all right, quite a lot of it was tyre, but it is very low grip once you get off the black line. You see Darback's just no amount of driven wheels are going to rescue you from that one. So, as you can see, we have tried to make some little contributions to global warming by keeping ourselves warm. But
I've now got 3 coats on and I'm still cold.
Yes, I know.
Right, we're going to go and print some more papers that I probably can't look at because it's so windy, and we will be back with you for Q3 in just 28 minutes time. See you then.
Absolute carnage. Welcome back, everybody. Our trials and tribulations in our outdoor studio continue as the lights have just gone ping, but definitely not related to overnight rain or anything. So, getting ready for the final runs in final qualifying races. What have we taken away from Q2, Hal?
A bit of indecision, I think, on some of the incidents which have been tough to make a call on, and as we get to the sharp end of qualifying right now, as the junior cross cars are about to leave the grid, I think it's going to be a bit more of the same.
I think so, and again, it's kind of shades of every Sunday where you've got Saturday out of the way, and so you don't have to worry about another day of competition. They're getting a little bit more confident with the lines and where the grip is and isn't, and so yeah, starting to ramp everything up. So, okay.
Let's not sugarcoat it either. It's the desperation of wanting to do well on the second day before a couple of weeks off, isn't it? And ultimately, you're going to try that bit harder.
You're absolutely right, actually. Minea Paramäki on the inside, and Kasper Raila in the Epic, and Ivari Manisto and Pitu Matilamäki, who came together in Q2 and are here then in the first race in Q3, both expecting to go through.
Needing a good time, brilliant start from
absolutely stunning
Manisto,
start.
exactly what Manisto needed. Matilamäki goes to Paramäki, who was so quick earlier on with that frustrated drive, having been spun in the first corner, also getting away quite well, and this is all about damage limitation, isn't it, in the overall order.
Kasper Raila at the tail of the point scoring after Q1 and Q2. And the Edge Epic drops into the Joker lap this time round. Manisto, Matilamäki and Paramäki all out of position here. They shouldn't be. They should be in the final race in Q3 probably, rather than the first. And so they've all got a lot to prove. And there is Minea Paramäki with the pinky purple car on the inside, just having a look at the back of Pitu Matilamäki.
Having a great run today, Paramäki on pace, hanging with these two leading contenders in junior cross car. Overall runs wide, looks to the inside on the way down the hill. There's about 28 apexes to this right-hander, so very difficult to get up the inside.
Who's going to joker? She's got to joker now. If they don't, Matilamäki does, which is good for her, because then she can close up on Manisto. There's a little bit of clear air for her to operate in, as well as Manisto.
If I was going to change anything on this track, it would be that right-hander at the bottom of the hill. I've had a few messages from people, both online and by WhatsApp and stuff, saying that this track feels like Lowiak, and it does in its layout, but I feel what it misses is a heavy braking area to affect an overtake. And what I would do if I was to become a track designer would be, out of this corner is all great, nice and wide on the exit, but into this next one, rather than it being so open and fast, I would make that a much heavier stop into a sharper right-hander, and then you could affect some out-braking manoeuvres, because it's all about carrying mid-corner speed here, isn't it? And it's all about the flow rather than heavy braking and overtaking opportunities.
And that then means if you don't get the start right, your only hope is the joker, and the joker here is going to see Manisto and Paramäki ahead of Matilamäki. Paramäki on the inside, she has done enough. That's
Great
a
job.
really good run through. Crikey, I mean, after getting turfed off in Q2, setting absolutely the fastest lap. Really, some fire in the belly. So Ivari Manisto, three-time winner so far this season. 40.5 the fastest lap, 40.9 for Minea Paramäki, 40.69 for Pitu Matilamäki. Matilamäki doing that on the final lap, having jokered a little earlier. That was good from all three, how they stand up with regards to the fastest time. So what was the overall? 2:13.9, 2:13.6. Jiri Hukka, the fastest run through Q2.
But the track has been graded again, so again,
Indeed.
a few temps either way is quite difficult to make an accurate call on.
The good news is that history will help us with that. Or actually the future will help us with that in the next couple of rounds. So Manisto, Paramäki, Matilamäki. Raila unlikely to make the finals again here today. Young Kasper Raila. So we'll have to wait and see what happens in our next little grid. The green, Kimi Laaksola on the inside, and then the white with the red little highlights, Anton Manna, Johanna Yililami and Miska Virtanen with a little bit more required out of this final run. Virtanen currently 13th, Mana in 12th. Missed out yesterday, Anton Mana, just. Johanna Jylilami down in 15th, and after that disappointment in Q2, Minja Perimäki down in 14th place. Oh!
Bodywork off the back for one of the cars. That's very clearly whose it is. It's Virtanen with the big 24 on the side. See the fan above the radiator in the back of the crosscar machine. I don't know if you'll lose so much. If anything, you gain by saving a bit of weight, but what you don't necessarily have is the cooling to the radiator in the rear.
Yep.
And cooling is an issue in these cars. Look at someone who already still has the bodywork. There is little strikes in the bodywork to get the air into the rear.
Anton Mana takes the Joker lap. So Kimi Laaksola leading from Johanna Jylilami. And there's, a few fasteners maybe not quite done up correctly on that little bit of bodywork.
You were wondering whether the wind would make any difference to her performance. There's probably a degree of that as well.
Making a difference to ours. The tiny hands are frozen for a start. So the time to beat 2 minutes 13.9, 41.292 so far for Kimi Laaksola out front.
Deceptive the time, the pace of the drivers in the first session, because really they were so out of position, weren't they, as we see Jylilami go into the Joker section.
Laaksola having his best run so far. Hasn't really been quite the weekend you might have expected from a Finnish driver here.
But right in the mix for being in the semis. Oh, a bit of contact in the rear of Jylilami, but they both get away with it.
Yeah, so Jylilami coming out in second place. Potentially in second place after that Joker, because Miska Virtanen behind, Anton Mana rather behind, running into the back of her butt. Laaksola and Virtanen will have to Joker on this lap, and Laaksola, the leader, does so. Looks like a neat and tidy Joker lap. And is it going to be enough for Virtanen to take second place? Yes, it will be. So Jylilami still with some work to do. Is she going to make it through into the finals? Well, 14th fastest in Q1, Jylilami, but 11th fastest in Q2. And their heat, 2.1 seconds rather slower than the first. And you see the bodywork blowing off. Doesn't take much speed sometimes to get in under the body and pull it off, especially if it hadn't been tightened quite properly. Anton Mana into the back of Johanna Jylilami there. And the answer to how much does the rear bodywork affect Miska Virtanen is not an awful lot. So Kimi Laaksola 2:16.091, that's the fourth fastest time. Kasper Ryler in that first qualifying race, not as quick as the drivers in race 2. Patrick Jalainen on the inside of Matthias Toivio, and then Onni Kangasaho and Thomas Lapati. Lapati, number 95, as is traditional now, I think, with anybody carrying 95, as you go with the Lightning McQueen colours. Why wouldn't you? Particularly given the age of a lot of these cross-car drivers. Very slow indeed away from Onni Kangasaho. Not having a great Sunday, Kangasaho. Toivio chasing Jalainen into the first corner. Big sideways moment as well.
Lapati sideways, yeah. Just in the background, Toivio, as you say, was so quick last weekend. Lapati again sideways at the bottom of the hill, and again sideways in that multi-apex right-hander. Toivio right on the back of the race lead, opts to Joker and not be in the traffic.
Is that warm tyres, tyre pressure, or something to be continually fighting the back end quite so much?
Yeah, you are restricted on tyre usage. Yeah. That could be the case, but at this stage you want to put the... I think at this stage, in this position, you still need to be fighting for the best grid position, so really you've probably gone with fresher rubber in Q3. If you're right at the front, you're probably saving your rubber at this stage to have better tyres for semis and finals later on. It's such a strategic game on the tyre use. All aimed at cutting costs, of course, and keeping the field more level. In the past, back in the old days in the European Championship, people would be putting brand new sets of tyres on for every single race, and that's just not sustainable from a cost point of view for competitors.
Not in the real world at all. Jalainen and Kangasaho both jokering this time round. Jalainen 13th in Q1, 5th in Q2, much more representative of his pace, it would seem. So Lapati yet to joker as they go to the final lap. And Jalainen is right with him. In fact, Jalainen coming out behind Toivio, not Lapati. So Toivio, with a really good joker early, has put himself in a winning position because Lapati is only 2.9 seconds in front of Toivio. And contact behind, Kangasaro on the inside of Jalainen didn't quite get through there. So Lapati on the joker, far too much sideways, as we've seen in every other corner from Lapati. It's going to come out just behind, but only just behind. Toivio away and free, and on the inside, Kangasaho takes second place. There wasn't contact there. Jalainen just got the line a little bit wrong. See what I did there? I'll stop now. And drifted out too wide. And again, we've seen that time and time again here on almost every corner. It doesn't take much to be offline and out of it. Jalainen got the great start from Toivio. Kangasaho absolutely left for dead on the line. And then here, coming through on the inside at the top of the track. Tiniest of touches, they both survive, fortunately. And then coming on just in front of Lapati, and then watch the white nose on the brakes, turns in nicely, Jalainen, and then it just all drifts away. Didn't quite scrub off enough speed and gave it away at the line.
Times of tumbling though, 39.8 was the fastest lap of the session so far. And Nisto in the first one had done a 40.5, I think. So yeah, it's going to be tough to better these runners in the last race, given their pace earlier on, but also the track conditions, which seemingly are improving.
Yep. Toivio fastest so far from Manisto, Piramaki and Matalamaki. So Jere Huka, Alex Antela, Sebastian Isaac-Secher and Wilami Ryla really turning his form around today. Yesterday struggled a little bit and again does not get away from the line well.
Contact between the three on the inside, Sebastian Isaac-Secher is that's leading from the front. Huka is running second at the moment. Just ahead of Alex Antela. Oh, all the paperwork thrown away in the commentary box.
You say commentary box on our outdoor balcony position. So Sebastian is, etc., leading into the joker lap. Comes Alex Antela.
Nearly took my laptop with it, which would have been a bigger shame.
A much bigger disaster.
Isaac-Secher under big pressure here from Huka at the front of the order. Needs to be nice, neat and tidy, does Isaac-Secher.
I sort of wonder why Huka didn't joker then.
I don't think you can, because you can't risk the traffic, because Ryla doesn't necessarily have the ultimate pace of the other three in this race. Has done very well today, but not quite there. Huka really on the back of Isaac-Secher. They have to split the strategy now, though, for sure. Ryla's still in the window, though, so it is a risk.
All right,
Isaac-Secher, great strategy. He covered off. Huka nearly went too, but that's what I was saying yesterday, Martin. There is the opportunity there to change your mind, and Huka's car positioning there was absolutely pinpoint perfect in that he was in the middle to the right on the corner exit and could have gone either way. This is close though at the merge between Isaac-Secher and Antela.
Yeah, nicely done for Sebastian. Isaac-Secher made a neat run through the joker. I'm not sure that Ryla did quite so much. Antela now 39.9 fastest lap, so really flying these guys.
Huka on a mission now into the joker, opens up the entry over that little hop into the left-hander, blip of the throttle on the downshift into the left and the right wheel right above the standard lap. There is Huka in the joker. Look at the blue and yellow machine on the right hand side, comes up the inside of Isaac-Secher, runs a bit deep. Is Isaac-Secher going to get the momentum on the inside? No, the Norwegian is not. Great job from Jere Huka.
Huka judged that perfectly. You saw the nose just grind itself onto the ground as he leapt onto the middle pedal at the rejoin, but he knew that by running out wide there he would have momentum. Is etc. Little touch there with Antela, then with Huka, but that outside channel worked well for Sebastian Isaac-Setra.
They all did well to avoid contact on the way into the first corner, didn't they? Antela just bailing out of it. They had a little touch. That was a close merge between Isaac-Setra and Antela, but a closer merge still between Huka and Isaac-Setra on the final tour.
Yeah, and Huka knowing, look, now he's really on the tyres, on the rubber marks, and he knows that Isaac-Setra is going to have to keep it close to the barrier, which means he won't be able to pick up the throttle quite so early. Great work from Jere Huka and Sebastian Isaac-Setra, Alex Antela. They are now in the top half dozen. So Huka, Isaac-Setra and Toivio and Manisto are the fastest four ahead of Antela and Perämäki. So let's move on to Q3 for crosscar. I'm going to attempt paperwork again. This is just, it's good entertainment. Not meaning much to people at home, I'm afraid. Pasi Penttinen then, 12th at the moment, needs a good run through here. Can't afford to drop this one. Ville Viitanen, 11th place. And then Maijuniemi, she's just 4 points off qualifying at the moment. The third car on our grid there, and Ida Maria Manisto at the back. Naomi drifting out a little wide. Naomi rather with the lead.
Viitanen wide in the first corner. Manisto very, very wide on the exit of 2. Gets it all gathered up. It's such a balancing act with a rear-wheel drive machine. Not to just mash the throttle like you can in a front-wheel drive or a four-wheel drive car. But it's Penttinen into the Joker for the first time of asking in the black and red machine. Super sideways goes.
Wow, Viitanen. Ville Viitanen absolutely over-rotating there. So this is really good for Maijuniemi, who needs a good run here to qualify. Manisto up to second place now. Penttinen in third. And Viitanen may be in danger of dropping out. Just 1 point ahead of Penttinen. They're 11th and 12th.
You'd be so pumped, wouldn't you, as Maijuniemi, if you knew you had to execute here to make the semis at all, getting out front and smashing it at the front of the order.
Yeah, that start for her worked really well. She clearly knew she had to get it right, and she absolutely did. And Niemi, 38.7 to 38.3. So finding another 4 tenths on the last lap, or on the previous lap. Now on the last lap. So Niemi and Manisto jokering this time round. In comes Niemi, Manisto only just ahead of Penttinen, and that means that Penttinen has got a really good run. Maijuniemi on the joker lap. Is she going to be able to come out in front? No. So Penttinen is going to have victory here, but for Niemi it's all about qualifying for the semis.
And we won't know that for a little while yet, will we, when the times are final from Q3, but Niemi's done a great job there, and the gap back to Manisto is substantial, isn't it? 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, Manisto spinning in the final corner. She didn't actually get to the checkered flag. Now she's got the engine back and heading towards the checker. So, yeah, spinning out in the final corner, which is a shame, actually, because she'd come back from the joker in third. So watch Niemi, third from the left, or second from the right, I suppose is the easier way of saying that. Great start, kept her nose clean and drove around the outside of Penttinen and Viitanen. And there you see Ville Viitanen, dramatic loop, getting all crossed up and sideways. And then last corner, Ina Maria Manisto in too deep and just rotates away. And Viitanen must have thought this is going to hurt as he saw the nose of that yellow and white machine coming towards him.
You'd be clenched, wouldn't you?
Just, yeah, probably would. Pasi Penttinen then takes the win from Maijuniemi. Maijuniemi may well have done enough there. So Let's move on into our next group. From the left, Vettel, Charlie Simon, Rosmarm, Jans Barmans in the middle, Constance Saarinen, and with the green, Alexei Suono on the right-hand side. Again, first world problems, struggling to stand up a little bit in this win. Vettel away he goes, but look at that from Saarinen, the black machine. Contact again, interlocking wheels, they're still interlocked. Suono was coming through for second, but in the meantime, it's Barmans, the Latvian, who jumps up into second place.
Vettel up front was fortunate not to get the wheels locked together there, did a good job just to keep the steering straight and get out front. In the lead is the Norwegian, followed by the Latvian, and then the gaggle of Finns behind.
Yeah, Suono jokers, I think he had to there really.
Rosmarm, the Swede, up into fourth position.
Rosmarm at the back, sideways everywhere. Again, it does seem that the disparity between online and offline is growing again, as it did yesterday.
Rosmarm following in the footsteps of the driver that drove that machine last year, Alexander Lindqvist, who was broadside everywhere in the Speed Car Wonder. Lindqvist, of course, now in Supercar Lights. And as we see Vettel continue to lead on the standard lap. Baumanis it is this time who opts for the joker. This will be to try and cover off Suono behind.
37.7 by the way, Vettel absolutely flying, the Norwegian.
Hasn't had a great weekend by his own high standards, has Tree. So competitive in cross-car in general. 36.8 this time around, really throwing down the gauntlet.
Today's been better for Vettel, fourth in Q1, 6th in Q2, so sort of in there swinging.
Half a second quicker than anyone else.
He jokers, Saarinen jokers, Rosmarm jokers.
Baumanis is close though.
Yeah, really
4.1 behind. This needs to be a brilliant joker from Vettel. And it is.
That's more than enough. And Barman's only just hanging on to second place ahead of Saarinen.
Contact in the rear for Baumanis, who makes it to the line in second position. Got all that shape on the left-hander penultimate corner, but gathered it back up. Took a hit in the rear in the final turn, but hung on to it.
And that was 2.1 seconds quicker than Pasi Pentinen's winning time for Vettel. So Vettel having a very good run here, but look at that from Saarinen. What a launch. Just interlocking wheels with Vettel all the way into corner one, and big slide there from Jans Barmans at the rejoin on the last lap, just ahead of Constance Saarinen. Saarinen really pushing hard for that one, as was the Latvian. So Vettel, Jans Barmans, what was the faster? 2:04.7, so the top three all faster than the previous grid. And now we get to Carl Svedlund, Thomas Mustard, Johanna Yililami on the outside with Hooker and Isaac Setra inside.
These are five of the best cross-car drivers anywhere at the moment. Svedlund been dominant today so far, taking two fastest times. Mustard is the reigning champion. Hooker, 2 wins under his belt so far this year. Isaac Setra is a winner as well, and Yililami has been wildly quick. At times, having graduated from junior cross-car, Yililami has won events and then failed to qualify for semis on different occasions. Just part of that's the cut and thrust of cross-car, and part of that's I think not finding the consistency groove, but is very, very fast indeed. This is going to be a good one.
Well, your money has to be on Svedlund, having won the 2 previous qualifying rounds. On the inside, nice even flat start from everybody, but it's Espenis, etc. gets his nose in front. Igmurstad and Hooker relegated to the back. Hooker absolutely flew away in Q2 to run clear of his grid.
Having had a bad time in Q1, that was by virtue of being in the group of the slower cars. Svedlund goes for the normal lap as he's, etc. Ducks off into the joker. 3 cars into the joker this time around. Not ideal for Hooker. It's Yililami who leads at the moment. Svedlund second. These two will be pushing hard to try and extend the margin. He's, etc. leading the pack of that trio that jokered together on lap 1, and probably wish they'd mixed up the strategy a little bit, because Hooker has got it all to do from the back, and it's very difficult to overtake around here, as we've seen, especially when the pace is so comparable between these 5 drivers.
Well, Hoka just has to hope that the guys in front of him are as quick as they should be. Thomas Mustad, Hoka's not quite in the position where you might be looking to pass in the semis or in the finals. So Mustad keeping up the pace. Svedlund jokering now. Yililami stays out, and Svedlund comes back in second ahead of Isak Setra.
Isak Setra looks to the inside in the final corner. It's so long that while it looks like you're running wide as the car in front, you carry that momentum, don't you? And on the way into the first corner of the next lap, Isak Setra still continues to shadow Svedlund.
It is quick and close, isn't it? Yililami, fastest lap so far of the session, 36.6. Absolutely flying. Oh, was that a mistake in the joker, or was that just catching it when it gets very sideways?
Just a flick on the way in. I think we caught that shot there. Yililami is comfortably out in front here.
Well, yep, just enough ahead of the chasing quartet. So Yililami at the checkered flag, and that was a 2:01.8. So that is 0.7 of a second quicker than Vettel-Tree's winning time in the previous race. So that is a quick one. Jonathan Yililami
had all the potential to be chaos, didn't it, in the first corner, but because these lot are so experienced and quick, they sorted it all out.
Tomasik Mustad and Rico Hoka getting very sideways into the first corner away from the start, and Svedlund covering off. Isak Setra did get by him in the end, but not enough for Jonathan Yililami to be caught. Jokering on the final lap. His sister had a better run through Q3 as well, so family fortunes are going well. Yililami, Isak Setra, what was the time? 2:02.5. So the top 2 are quicker as well. So Yililami and Isak Setra are the fastest in that group. As we head very quickly into, okay, no Simon Tiger, that's possibly not a surprise. We saw Tiger's car fail to get away from the grid in the Q2 race. So Mikko Sari on the inside, Leitonen not getting a great start in the Starlet, nor did Sari.
Brilliant start though for Venäläinen, who comes across the entire pack to take the lead in turn 1. Lidman second, Sari a bit out of shape in turn 2. But Venäläinen, who retired from Q2 earlier on, will be looking to make amends and climb back up the order here.
Yeah, he needs to, doesn't he? He just had just dropped out straight away at the beginning of Q2.
Well, I would also guess we're only going to a final now, Martin, with the 9 cars that are left. We'd have to confirm that with race control, but Venäläinen being 10th overall needs a mega time here to get into the top 6.
Yeah, with no Simon Tiger here, could be the case. Venäläinen with Eric Lindman in his wheel tracks, not too far behind. Mikko Leitonen chasing them. Sari jokering on the first lap, and again his car struggled in Q2.
Dipping into the joker this time around in the black BMW. The E30 M3 doesn't get a lot of rotation done on the way in, really relies on the front axle there. Venäläinen continuing to push hard out front.
So Leitonen yet to joker in the Starlet. These two have
matches his best.
Sari ahead of Lidman.
Venäläinen matched his best lap to the 100th of a second.
Wow.
Last time around, so you would assume from that is all that Venäläinen's got to give, and that's the ultimate pace.
Well, he jokers now, and Leitonen follows him in on this last lap. Nice little rotation. Quite a short wheelbase for a saloon car, that Nissan Finn. And he comes back on in the lead ahead of Sari. So Nissan Finn leads Nissan Finn. And across the line ahead of Eric Lidman. Mikko Leitonen finishing 4th. So no Simon Tiger, unfortunately. We lost Norman overnight as well, didn't we, from our original field of a dozen cars.
just establishing whether we will get semis or not for open two-wheel drive, and if we don't, that drive from Venäläinen could prove absolutely critical. The points, Martin, were quite 66 for Venäläinen in 10th, up to Stör 77. So Venäläinen, who takes victory here ahead of Sari and Libben, really needs that to be a massive time.
Well, Stör, Sari and Leighton were all on 77 points. So, in fact, we had a four-way tie because Joni also on 77 points.
But it's still a 9-point swing, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you do need...
You need a monster bit of assistance. So Venäläinen quickest in that one.
What Venäläinen could do now with is total chaos in the first corner here so that everyone goes slower. But
you always wish for total chaos.
No, that's not true. But Venäläinen will be wishing for that for sure.
So from left to right, Ryla, Gabrielsen, I beg your pardon, Johansson, Gabrielsen, Nee and Sture. So Joni-Pekka Ryla in the Toyota.
Jonttu on tullut viivassa ihan käsittämättömän hyvin ja ottanut siinä tuossa alkuun. Sanoisinko ensimmäisen 40 metrin aikana. Nyt on hieno
Lucas Gabrielsen, the points leader at this stage. We were just joking with him at lunchtime. That means he's now going to have to continue for the rest of the season to chase that championship title. Winner of the first race in Sweden. And look at the launch that the Mercedes gets. Look at Victor Johansson chucking it away.
Understeer there into turn 2. Gets away with it. Ryla has seldom not been out front so far this weekend.
So this is going to be interesting now because that dynamic is slightly different when you're not the leader and he does Joker immediately. I did wonder about that. Joni follows him in also in the E36 BMW.
That's really helpful for Ryla that Nee has gone as well, and they'll hope that Stör goes on the next lap so they can get the hammer down to try and get after
Well, in fact,
and
Stur's now irrelevant because they've both rejoined in front of him. So
something must have happened to the Focus, or he's struggling with an issue.
Well, it has not been the most reliable of cars this weekend. He's had a couple of, he certainly missed at least one qualifying round with dramas.
Gabrielsen again with good pace here, going with Johansson. Johansson joking this time around. This is in a bid to cover off Ryla.
The fireman from Alspin, he'll be racing at home next time out, in 2 weeks' time. Stuart, yeah, the Focus just not really alive at the moment.
That early Joker paying off massively. Big push lap for Ryla. The time was a 38.4, which was a tenth better than, or 2 tenths better, sorry, than Johansson had got on the previous one. So brilliant job from Ryla to get back to the front.
Gabrielsen 38.5 out front, must Joker this time round. In he comes in his Starlet.
4.1 was the gap from Gabrielsen to Johansson. So if Gabrielsen can maximise the Joker, great rotation from the little Starlet. He could get out ahead of Victor Johansson here.
It's going to be close at the blend, isn't it? And Johansson's got enough in the Mercedes.
Gabrielsen's also a canny driver, bailed out the throttle there early. Knows that that fight isn't for Q3. He'll save that battle for later on.
Yep.
Ryla with 2:07.2 does not go quicker than Thomas Venäläinen. So Venäläinen, when he needed it most, set the fastest time of Q3.
Yep.
And that will really help his cause. If we indeed don't get semis later on, Martin, I think that might have salvaged Venäläinen a final spot. And if that's the case, then what a brilliant job.
Yeah. Venäläinen flying quicker than the second race winner, Joni-Pekka Ryla, and Victor Gabrielsen. Victor Johansson. Lucas Gabrielsen in third, was just ahead of Mikko Sari as well. So that was, no, he was just behind Mikko Sari. So that was a very quick run in the first race from Thomas Venäläinen, who is fastest from Joni-Pekka Ryla and Mikko Sari. So again, swapping bits of paper into Supercar lights we go. And again, this is straight to final, and just hope that everybody's car is in one piece at the end of this. Alexander Lindqvist having a very good weekend here. Fastest in Q1 and in Q2. Robert Vittels and Kevin Darbach. Vittels in the black car, Darbach the yellow and red, each with the second and third quickest. Pontus Oskarsson. There you go.
A small delay while Stur's car is recovered. Stur having made it to the end, but not making it to the end of the exit road. So close to the paddock. Could almost have freewheeled there. Slight incline though, isn't there? So no good. Gets towed out the way. Very efficient team here, aren't they, here at Honkajoki?
You can tell it's not their first rodeo, can't you?
Judging by how well screwed down their own structures are, I guess they're not
unaccustomed to
unaccustomed to the wind either.
All right, so back to the grid from left to right. Alexander Lindqvist, the black car, Robert Vittels, Kevin Darback with the red and yellow, and Pontus Onterton. Now I'm really struggling with that. Pontus Oskarsson, apologies, with the orange and black. So Lindqvist with 2 wins so far will want to dominate this one as well. Having had to follow Robert Vittels every day in Sweden, or both days in Sweden. Darback again looks to the inside after that little touch on the outside of Vittels.
Great job.
Out wide.
Great job from Darback. Brilliant awareness that Vittels was going to go side by side with Lindqvist in turn 1 and just seize the opportunity. If I were Darback now, I would wait late, and then Joker in front of Vittels here. Does Joker himself, but Vittels doesn't go with him. I would have gone in later, but it's such a risk then because you're on the looser gravel. Good rotation. Darback so on top of the car there with the pendulum transition. Lindqvist, what performance he's putting in today so far. It's not just about setting the pace, it's dealing with the pressure of the fastest driver in this category, isn't it? And dealt with that in the first corner. Vittels coming back at Lindqvist at the moment.
Yeah, Robert Vittels really wants to be starting the final from pole position, but he's going to have to produce something more than that. He jokers now. And this is to try and come back out in front of Darback.
And give himself an opportunity on the next lap to better Lindqvist. Darback behind was exactly the same time as Vittels as they get to the Joker merge. Darback gives good respect and racing room at the merge. Very fair from the Danish driver. Maybe could have shut the door a bit harder, but they both live to fight another day. Oskarsson with the fastest lap of the race so far on a 37.6, a tenth quicker than the race leader. Darback all out of shape.
Yeah.
At the bottom of the hill, it's going to be very interesting to see where Lindqvist comes out, because even Darback is in the window to beat Lindqvist here. This is going to be super close at the merge.
Well, Darback, having had that big sideways moment, has lost that opportunity, but
Vittels by Lindqvist in the Joker lap, pulled out the time he needed. It was 4.2 the gap before he went into his Joker. We know it's about 4.2, 4.4, the margin you need.
And Vittels just carrying too much speed down to the blend. So, yeah, that was drama as well. And again, watch Darback. Canny racecraft, little touch there, but then he cuts to the inside. And from the blend, Alexander Lindqvist taking it, carrying it to the line ahead of Robert Vittels and Kevin Darback, Pontus Oskarsson right behind. So Lindqvist 3 wins out of 3, and there's the blend. And in the final, Darback will not be quite so accommodating. I think we'll just have racing room, but not quite as much.
Yeah, you risk it more in the final, don't you? Had it confirmed that we won't have semi-finals for open two-wheel drive, so when I get a chance to open my laptop, we'll have a look at the overall standings, because it'll be interesting to see where Van der Leyen has ended up as we get ready for the final qualifying session of open four-wheel drive here at Honkajoki. And on the outside, Oliver Eriksson, who has a repaired car following that damage in Q2, and Joni-Pekka Räilä, who was black flagged for his part in the incident.
Yeah, it was deliberate, not deliberate rather. It was very unfortunate for the two of them. Robert Serna's not had a clean time of it either. Räilä goes around the nose of Serna. Little touch there for Ollie Eriksson, and again out in the loose and heading towards the boonies once more.
Sorry, Martin. Räilä shut the door again in a very similar fashion, didn't he, in the first corner there, but had made good enough start ahead of Cerner to get to the barrier. Ericsson waiting to see what Pasi Penttinen did on the way into the Joker section. Did not want to be following the Ford Fiesta built by his own team some time ago. That car re-imported from America not that long ago, actually. One of the least used Fiesta supercars in history from the OMC stable. But up front, Robert Cerner, who's failed to finish either of the first two races and actually is on the cusp, I guess, of not making it into the final for FC2 this afternoon, really applying the pressure to Joni-Pekka Raila.
Yeah, he really needs a good one here.
This is to cover off Ollie Eriksson and to try and better Raila at the end of the race into the Joker. Gromit so good at getting the car turned in, runs wide into the loose gravel on the outside.
Cost him a second.
Eriksson on the inside's not close enough. Cerner gets out ahead, knowing full well that he can race that hard with Ollie Eriksson. Their teammates are together in the awning, unlikely to be firing each other off. Eriksson had done the fastest lap of the race so far on that tour, but lost so much time on the opening lap, wasn't able to make up the ground on Cerner.
Joni-Pekka Raila in the
Cerner wide at the bottom of the hill.
And it just never comes back, does it?
Eriksson up the inside, they make minor contact side by side into this long, fast right-hander. Look at where Cerner bails out the throttle. Eriksson carries the pace on the inside. Raila's in the Joker this time around. The OMC cars haven't quite got enough pace to get onto the rear of Raila.
It was close though. They both had 2 or 3 sideways moments and Raila didn't, and that was the difference between them. And that Joker for Cerner, if that had been cleaner, he might have come out in front of Raila there.
Yeah, I think so. He just so hard, isn't it? And that the Joker you do once in every race across the weekend. Think about the amount of laps you do on the standard lap. So hard to execute when you go into that route so seldom. Quite often in practice you'll see a driver, if the standard lap is quite straightforward, you'll see a driver use the Joker all the time just to try and learn that area, because you need it so little, but it's so important. And this is where Cerner just got in the throttle that bit early, ran the whole car wide.
So 7 tenths behind at the line, that sideways moment there. And here, I'm not sure if he even gets out the throttle. I think he's just so much on the loose, he's just losing traction to Ollie Eriksson.
I think you've got to give up at some stage there, haven't you? You're never going to go around the outside in that loose gravel. Yeah. Remember what happened to Jere Hukar yesterday, where he climbed over the bank. You don't want to be doing that
off onto the motocross track. Yeah. So Joni-Pekka Raila ahead of Ollie Eriksson, Robert Cerner and Pasi Penttinen. As we get to our second grid, and Juha Rykkönen, were top point scorer so far, ahead of Ollie Eriksson actually. Adam Oman is the red-nosed car, he's third after Q1 and Q2. And then Tobias Darback, who is the red and yellow machine, he's actually fourth in the points. So Adam Oman coming back to the line. Rykkönen on the inside, Oman alongside him. Simon Olofsson on the outside. So Lucas Andersson in the centre, which always feels like you're almost inevitably going to get squeezed unless you make a very poor or an electrifyingly good start.
Are you cheese, jam or meat at that stage in the sandwich?
Probably are. So Rykkönen, second fastest and fastest, and then Ollie Eriksson was quickest in Q1, Adam Oman second quickest in Q2. Oman with the red nose doesn't get the greatest start.
Big squeeze into the first corner, Olofsson forced wide together with Darback. Rykönen's broken on the inside, Lucas Andersson loses time behind him. Darback up front is hanging onto it but super wide. Oh, what a shame for Rykkönen. Rear suspension broken by the looks of things.
Looked like it, didn't it? Darback with the lead then early on after that pushing and shoving.
Into the Joker goes Adam Oman. Lucas Andersson changes his mind in the background. Oman with the big old flick into the Joker section.
You've got to get these things rotated somehow, haven't you? And being a bit brutal with the brakes and rotating it like that. And again, Olofsson very, very sideways as they come through the bottom corner. It is still Tobias Starback who leads from Simon Olafsson, with Lucas Anderson not far behind. Lucas Anderson pinching an inch everywhere he can.
Super sendy today, isn't he, Lucas Anderson?
Yep.
Wonder if that's perhaps where they are with the tyre strategy, saving rubber for later on. Into the Joker goes Simon Olafsson on his return to Rallyx Open four-wheel drive this weekend. Tobias Starback, though, hasn't had great fortune in the last couple of days of action, but leading this one out front, getting gobbled up though by Anderson behind at the moment on pace, at least visually. Let's have a look at the time. Starback's done a 37.8, Anderson done a 37.2, so Anderson is closing on the race leader. They both still get to Joker though.
And of course, in terms of point scoring, that black flag in Q1 for Anderson doesn't reflect his lack of pace, but it's a lack of points as a result.
Lose time here, Darback all out of shape.
Anderson is going to suffer as a result of this as well.
Darback got a left rear puncture, he's really slow for the middle part. Anderson takes to the grass, trying to get around him. Darback on the standard lap, Olafsson's going to take the lead.
Yeah, that worked very well for Simon Olafsson, and not quite so well for Tobias Starback, and really poorly for Lucas Anderson.
The time's not there though, they both go slower than Ryler, Eriksson, Cerner and Penttinen from the previous race. That could really help Robert Cerner in trying to make it through to the final. As we look back at the replays,
well, there was a lot of pushing and squeezing and an awful lot of very, very sideways car. Rutkanen out on turn 1. And
someone will be getting a warning for that at least, because Rutkanen's been fired into the wall through no fault of his own there.
Yeah. Well, that was 3 into 1, wasn't it? And Rutkanen had the barriers.
These two are still at it, Darback and Olafsson in turn 2.
And then for Lucas Anderson, the second of these two cars, he hits the tyre stack on the inside as well. He's trying to tighten the line inside to Tobias Darback.
I was sure Darback had an issue because he was so slow in the first part of that chicane. Sometimes you just don't have the confidence in the car. Simon Olafsson takes the race win, but it isn't enough to knock Ryler, Eriksson, Cerner or Penttinen off the top of the standings in Q3, given how much fighting there was at the front of the order in that final race.
That's going to jumble up the point scoring, isn't it? I mean, that's really going to make a big difference. Hello. We're also, I mean, this is actually more like being on a ship than anywhere else, because the banner here, while it might be protecting us from a little bit of the wind, really isn't, because it keeps pushing us forward into the desk.
I know that this sort of thing's done as a joke, but we've genuinely been wearing these since race 2.
Absolutely freezing.
and all my paperwork is now just in
off there. In fact, I'm surprised it didn't make it onto camera at some stages.
Anyway, we are back in about 12 minutes, so stick with us with some replays from Q3 and Q2 earlier on today, and we will get going with the semi-finals in just a few moments' time.
No, but outside is always a good idea.
Mä jotenkin näen, että Rossin tulevaisuus tällä hetkellä, näen sen niin tosi positiivisena. Siellä on, jos vaan sääntöjä tekee yhdessä niin tosi tasaisia, missä edes kuuluu. Ja sitten me saadaan näille nuorille kunnille vähän työpaikkoja. Ei vaan harrastusta, vaan oikein sinne töihin.
Eli miltä mun mielestä tämä toiminta tällä hetkellä näyttää, jos mietitään Rallyx Nordic-sarjaakin, niin tämä oli ihan älyttömätä nostoita muutama vuosi sitten, kun käytännössä kaikki maailman huiput ajoivat tätä. Ja nyt me voimme puhua myös tosiasioista. Täällä on esimerkiksi laittajia jo 4 autoa viivalla, koska Rallycrossin ideana on se, että 10 autoista puristetaan ne muut ja finaaliin. Ja nyt on toisissa luokissa vähäisesti autoja, niin missä mennään Rallycrossin sarjalla?
No nyt varmaan niin on rauhoja siitä, että niin kuin EM tuli takaisin kovana. Mä luulisin, että sinne on niin saatava ollut vähän kovaa. Se oli erittäin hyvä ratkaisu, että MM vedettiin viiva yli ja unohdettiin kokonaan. Ja
Welcome back, everybody, to the height of a Finnish summer afternoon. It's Sunday here in Honkajoki, and the lights have gone again. We're literally being blown around by the sail behind us, and
when we came in vision before, it wasn't a set. This is a bit of a setup, but we have been
a little bit more. Although actually, from the waist up, I'm moderately warm now, which is quite nice. This is, okay, so. It is still windy, it is still warm. The good news here is that when Hal and I get back home to the UK from where we both hail tomorrow, it'll be fully 16 degrees warmer than it is here currently. So that's going to be, in fact, closer to 20. That's going to be absolutely lovely.
So we've lost semi-finals for Open 2-wheel drive given the rate of attrition. So we've got 2 sets of semis for you coming up, starting with junior crosscar and then into crosscar. And then we switch it all around and we're straight into the finals. We'll be starting with the Pro Am final for Open 4-wheel drive and going through all of the finals for every category. So sadly, rate of attrition in Open 2-wheel drive has been fairly severe in the last couple of weekends, and that's continued today with the loss of Simon Tiger. But Thomas van der Leyen, with that faster time in Q3, did make it into the final by the skin of his teeth, actually, in Open 2-wheel drive. So great job from the Smurfmobile. That is such a fan favourite, we know, so good job from him. And we'll see that final very soon.
And that car hasn't been trouble-free either, but they've managed to get it back together again. And so, yeah, dramatic onboard pictures from yesterday's incident with Lucas Gabrielsen. That actually wasn't the problem with the car at any stage. They both survived that completely unscathed, apart from a little bit of a mark on the paintwork. But other than that, all good to go. So, yeah, we are... I was sort of anticipating there might be cars lining up to start something. We're now just going to talk duvets. And that's... yes. Obviously, because we've had a couple of issues in, particularly in Open 2-wheel drive, our Crosscar Junior competitors may not necessarily be quite as ready as had been hoped for the start of this first of the 2 semi-finals.
Yeah, it's been busy today, hasn't it, for the crews? But
it's been pretty full on for all of them actually, and of course they're in their awnings. They're battling exactly the same. You know, they're retying the awnings down to everything that they can do to make sure that they at least stay in place until. And actually, keeping them up is one thing. Taking them down in this wind is going to be far from fun anyway.
Yeah,
so
tricky for everyone. There's always complicated elements, aren't there? As we see some junior cross cars coming through the paddock, I think, in the far distance beyond us. I wonder if we can have a look around the circuit and see what track prep's been done in this small gap. That's the exit of the first corner. Looks like there's a bit of moisture down, certainly on the wider line in turn 2 as we pan around. Nice job. I think that's a remote camera, Martin, by the way it's moving, or just a very stiff and cold camera camera
operator, I think.
And it's very moist there on the way into to 3, 4 and 5. I suspect they're not all numbered differently, but there are always different corners, aren't they, down the bottom there. You can see the darker loose where the water has been put down. You can see the loose clearly into the Joker section as well. That's just to suppress the dust a little bit.
Although with this wind, dust is possibly a little less of a worry than it might otherwise have been on a still hot summer's day. I mean, it's only May, and you know, winters are long and dark here in Scandinavia, so it's not so much the the lack of sunshine or the rain that we were sort of worrying. The big jump for everybody here is the wind.
So there's a new production team from Rallyx for this year, and the owner of Star Media is currently in the commentary area hanging onto a monitor, and the remaining light that's illuminating Martin, probably wondering what he signed up for. It probably wasn't this, but such is live television, and you just have to roll with the punches, don't you?
Yep. Weather has a remarkable way of levelling everything. For those of you who later on are probably looking forward to the Canadian Grand Prix, it's raining in Montreal as well, and that might be quite entertaining for the Formula One drivers, since nobody has raced the new 2026 cars in the wet yet. Well, wet shouldn't be an issue for us here today.
Remember, there was good grip, wasn't there, in the latter 2 rows. Look at the amount of rubber down, as is so often the case in a rallycross event, because we've been starting up to 5 wide in the heats, and you can see that actually the first 3 slots is where there has been consistent starting all weekend. So the first row is going to be a little bit different grip-wise compared to rows 2 and 3 in the staggered grid for the semi-finals. And remember, time is now irrelevant. Everyone's been competing for time all day long, and now it's all on position. You need to be in the top 3 of each of these semi-finals to progress through to the final.
Well, this has been the best day of action so far for the youngster on pole position, Jere Huka. 2 podiums so far, both on Saturday in Tierp and here in Honkajoki yesterday. But now starting as the fastest qualifier, 3rd quickest, fastest and fastest best point scorer, and starts on pole position from Sebastian Isaac-Secher on the outside of the front row. Then row 2, 260, William Ryler, turning his fortunes around from yesterday, qualifying 3rd fastest. Just getting knocked over. Sorry, I'm laughing because I'm just getting pushed over by the banner behind us. And Pitu Matalamaki lining up on row 2 of the grid. And then again, a strong run through, particularly the final part of qualifying for Lapati and Kangasaho, who got absolutely left at the start in Q3 and then produced a really quick run to come through to make it onto the back row of this grid. So Jere Huka looking to make the most of this. Sebastian Isaac-Secher alongside. Good strong start from the front row. And a really good strong start from Pitu Matalamaki, who's going to go through into the lead here unless he drifts out too far. Has drifted out too far. And so it's Isaac-Secher, Huka, and then Matalamaki in 3rd position. Very sideways again from 95, Thomas Lapati.
Massive understeer in turn 3, then turns to oversteer as Matalamaki just cuts the inside, kicks up the dust. It's Lapoti who jokers on the first opportunity. Huka, who ran over that bank yesterday, runs so wide towards the end of the lap. It's very loose and slippery down there. Isaac-Secher under big pressure at the lead of this. Matalamaki looking to the outside, now going to look to the inside, but it tightens so much after the apex you can't get your nose in there if there isn't the room.
Isaac-Secher leading onto lap 2 from Huka and Matalamaki.
Huka made a good initial reaction, and then the launch just wasn't there. Maybe didn't have the revs high enough, and it bobbed a little bit under big pressure though. Isaac-Secher for the lead from pole starter Huka, who will joker early, presumably. Matalamaki goes in. This is to get some free air, and of course try and come out ahead of Lapoti again. They're sideways on the standard lap. Huka right to the bank on the outside.
Yeah, that's where he shot over the bank yesterday. Q2, Isaac-Secher just holding a slender lead from Huka. The gap is growing ahead of Kangasaho and Ryler, but not enough to drop into it yet. They're still going to be under pressure from Matalamaki. Lapati may not be out of it either. 1.4 behind. Pitu Matalamaki.
Jokers this time around.
Kangasaho follows him in. Kangasaho might be in the top 3 here, but
Kangasaho in the joker, in the bank on the outside, has lost a bundle of time, and that's going to drop Kangasaho right down the order.
Yeah, he's going to be behind Lapati as well.
Isaac-Secher's come out behind Matalamaki, so the net lead. Oh, as Kangasaho gets squeezed into the wall by Lapati. Yeah,
Lapati was ahead of him at the rejoin, and Kangasaho down in 6th place. So Huka and Ryler, let's take a look at this again. So dropping in into the joker, and Huka out front as Ryler jokers. Huka again very crossed up there. Matalamaki comes through, Isaac-Secher comes through. How far clear is Huka? Not a lot. 2.8 seconds, 2.6 seconds ahead of Pitu Matalamaki. Huka might not make this.
going to be tight, isn't it?
He should be ahead of Ryler, who's currently fourth, so it should be Matalamaki, Isaksecha, and Huka should take third place, should make it onto the final.
If he can nail these next couple of corners, though, there is a chance of being second and improving the grid position. That's brilliant through the middle part of the lap. Look at the hand raising up to pull another gear. There's Isaksecha on the inside. It's not going to be enough for Yerohuka, but plenty good enough to make it through to the final. Matalamaki, great salvage job in this semi-final to get to the front after failing to get past turn 1 in Q2 earlier on today. Isaksecha and Huka will join Matalamaki on the final grid.
Well, those are the three that you would have expected to go through, but Matalamaki on the second row of the grid had a really good strong start. Looked for a moment as though he might have gone all the way around Isaksecha, didn't have the speed to do so. There wasn't quite enough grip out there, but made the most of it, jokering nice and early. Matalamaki then making his own luck for himself.
We're hearing that the event stewards have decided that there will be semi-finals for open two-wheel drive to give everyone a bit of extra track time. So there'll be a mixture of opinions about that. I'm sure if you've qualified on pole for the final, you probably don't want to have to go through a semi-final if you're...
And if your car might be a little bit tenuous in terms of survivability as well, you might be thinking, I've got one more run in it, I might not have to. Peter Matalamaki, Sebastian Isaksecha, Yerohuka, row 1, 2 and 3. Oh, I didn't see that at the end. William Ryler. He's out of the crosscar, and that's good news. He's obviously rolled, and it's properly rung his bell. He's out of the machine, and that's good news, and seemed to be okay, but that looked like that might have been quite a high-speed roll for him. So we didn't see that happening in the background as we were watching the rejoin from the Joker lap of Yerohuka, who at that stage was the race leader, and finished up heading through into the final. So grid for our second semi is sitting ready and poised. Will be a moment or two. Our rescue crews are with Ryler. So speed car extreme upside down, but they will just take time to take care of him. And then of course we'll have to rescue the cross car as well, so that will need to be righted and flatbedded. So P2 Matalamaki will start on the front row of the grid, and again with Matalamaki, it didn't look the cleanest of semis, but still quick enough potentially to make sure that they have the fastest run through the semi-finals. Matalamaki, Isaksecha and Yerohuka going through. And in this second semi, Ivan Manisto, who starts on the outside of the front row, so closer to us. Alex Antila will be starting on pole. Ivan Manisto with a bit of work to do. Fastest in Q1, didn't finish Q2, got tangled up with another machine. And so Manisto will be looking to try and reassert the pace at the front of the field.
Amazing how quickly your weekend can turn around, isn't it, after being on the back foot in Q2, having to fight back in Q3, a good result in the semi. If you win the semi, front row for the final, execute the start, all of a sudden you're back in it. Okay, you haven't scored the points you would have wanted through the entire weekend from qualifying semi and final and executing in that respect, but you can turn it around, and very often we've seen in the background as Yerohuka in the middle there climbs into the stand to join the team and watch the next race following that run to the final. We were discussing yesterday, would you bother to go and watch the final if you hadn't made it?
Well, I think they're also embedded in this, they're also passionate about it. They just want to watch as well as compete, but also again, by watching, you are seeing what others do, and it does, everything you do informs what you do next, I think. There's a lot of racing drivers in all sorts of different disciplines who do watch what others are doing when they get the opportunity, because most of the time when you're competing, you don't. You're deep diving into your own data, your own problems. You're not actually looking at what other similar vehicles or similar drivers are doing. And so the opportunity to do that here, as well as watching the entertainment, which is all part of it, of course, is actually, you may just learn something, and he's not alone up there. There's half a dozen drivers watching from the stands.
Hardy lot, aren't they, the Finns?
Yeah, socks and Crocs.
I do think we're higher than most people, though, in altitude up here in commentary, and that definitely has an effect on the our position in the wind.
Well, look, you know,
exposure. That's the word I was looking for.
If we were out in the sunshine,
to the wind.
if we were out in the sunshine, it would be feeling considerably warmer, and with a little bit of wind. I mean, this is not bad weather for a British summer's day.
Well, relative to the British summer's day today, it's fairly poor, I would say.
Well, yes, this weekend is probably going to be the hottest of the summer for the UK. But well, you see now, this is why pine trees are tall and slender, and why they bend. Because if you bend, then you survive the wind. If you don't, then you don't.
Still tending to Ryler's car, although we've had some positive news about Ryler walking to emergency vehicle, I believe.
Well, he was able to get out of the car and stand up, so I'm sure.
A lot of precaution in those situations, though, isn't there? Because you can never be too careful, and this is not casting any judgment on what may or may not have happened, because we just don't know. But in the past, a driver would be dragged out of the vehicle and shoved in an ambulance and driven away, whereas now the medical staff are so careful with people's necks and backs, and there's such an awareness now of concussion and stuff, which 10 years ago just didn't really exist, did it? And it's just the advances in the medical side of this sport, which have gone on to do such good things. And it just takes more time, doesn't it? That's just a fact.
There's a young fan who, in a handful of years, will be old enough to compete himself in crosscar junior.
Yeah, in about a year and a half, I'd have thought.
That's the ideal size. Right, so the good news is, with the recovery vehicle there, the medical crew are happy with the condition of William Ryler, and our track workers back on post. So Alex Antela and Ivari Manisto on the front row of the grid. Then Toivio and Laxola with the green highlights. Minea Perämäki with work to do from row 3, but boy, didn't she produce some speed earlier. And Patrick Jalainen, the white nose. Jalainen didn't lose. Who lost the rear bodywork in the last qualifying race? I can't remember.
It was Jalainen, wasn't it? I think.
May have been.
I don't know.
May have been. Good strong start from the front row, particularly from Ivari Manisto in the centre. Green machine coming around the outside of Laxolo into second place and back down to fourth.
Laxolo tries the outside, doesn't quite make it where Toivio had a look to the inside in the first corner, but couldn't really hold a candle to Manisto, who made an epic start, cuts significantly at the bottom of the hill in the long right-hander to maximise the exit of that corner into the Joker. For the first time of asking goes Jalainen.
Yeah, nothing to lose there. It was a long way back. There's Toivio in second place. Laxola in third, having looked like hero. Oh, and Jalainen all over the curbing, the berm rather, ran out wide over that. So Manisto going off like a scalded cat.
Antila on the back.
Oh, and Jalainen, there was more to it than that, has dropped it on the exit.
There was something wrong already, I think. Looked off the pace already, as Antila must joke, and this time surely does indeed carry all that speed in, lets the car move around underneath him into the Joker, over the hop. There is Antila.
And that's good news for Minia Perimaki behind, because she had great pace in qualifying earlier. And to have Antila, I think she was sort of bottled up behind Antila a little bit. So let's see what she can do. She's closing in on the green machine of Laxola. Bannister and Toivio out front. Really important now for Perimaki to make the speed, and so I think maybe she's going to have to Joker now from behind.
I think she's desperately hoping that Laxola does Joker to give her some free air.
Either or, yeah. Laxola does.
Great awareness from Perimaki to not follow in. She was clearly lining up to do that when Laxola went and actually cut right across the track to do so. She decided against it. Very good strategy indeed. Laxola's going to come out of the Joker ahead of Alex Antila, who doesn't have the pace I would have expected in this semi-final.
Don't think Antila is making the final at all, is he? Yalainen is out, Antila's not going to get there. I don't think. It's down to whether Perimaki can make the pace to Joker and still be in the top three.
She's done quicker on her personal best than Alex Antila, and is doing the right thing at the moment by staying out.
Toivio Jokers.
So clean in the Joker now, look at it, it's just really compacted. You can see the racing line on the right. Toivio is going to come out ahead of the Antila Laxola battle. Antila's all over the back of Laxola. This is potentially a wasted battle in terms of making it through to the final, because if Perimaki can get out ahead of the pair of them, they're going to be battling over fourth place.
And I think she will.
The gap from Perimaki to Laxola is over 4 seconds, so it's going to be at least tight. Manisto into the Joker for the final time. We're asking, we need to be seeing the pink car in the
Perimaki
background.
follows, just saw a flash of it. You'll get it in this shot as well. There she is. So Toivio should come through in second. Perimaki will be third, and comfortably so. Laxola really stymieing any hopes Antila had. See, Antila, we saw him running into the back of him, but he's actually done that at least once more.
Something weird's happened in the final corner.
Yeah.
Laxola spun. Is that oil down in
Does
the
look a
final
little
turn?
bit like it might be.
And then Antila also had a moment, but I think Antila may be struggling for pace for some reason or another, because that isn't the sort of performance we would expect to see from Alex Antila. Good job though from Manisto, Toivio and Perimaki to make it through. Keep an eye on the final corner in these replays and see.
Well, I'm looking out of the window, out of our, but there's nothing on the track that suggests that there is oil down or anything else. But whoa! Well, that was Yalainen disappearing off into the nether regions. And all this fresh grass. It is actually real grass as well. I did have a look earlier. You said, "Oh, that looks like fake grass."
I
It's
didn't
not.
say that. I just said it looks like it may have appeared recently.
It has definitely appeared
It
recently.
could be turf.
No, it's growing nicely. And here again, Antila and Laxola.
It's the contrast on the camera that makes it look like there's something down there, but actually.
See, Laxola's, Antila's lost his nose there as well earlier in the race. So it's just, bodywork missing, and yeah, maybe it's just a bit of mud down there. So Manisto, 3:29.6 compared to 3:34.6 of Pitu Matalamaki. So very much comfortably the fastest. So he will start on pole position, looking for his fourth straight win of the season, Ivari Manisto. Matthias Toivio and Minia Perimaki joining, and there is Patrik Yalainen. Again, all sorts going wrong with his machine. Ended up in the barriers, having bounced all over. I think probably there was some breakage, and he bounced all over the curbs, all over the loose, and then ended up not being able to avoid the barriers. So getting towed back in, which then moves us on to our crosscar semis.
Lähdönjärjestelijät ovat poistuneena noiden crosskarttien edessä.
So Carl Svedland fastest in qualifying,
Kaikki valmis.
ahead of Thomas Ingolstadt, Vettel Tree on row 2, and a really good run through the second part of qualifying by Konsta Saarinen to line up 4th here ahead of Janus Baumanis and Passi Penttinen. Penttinen getting a decent start, but Ingolstadt again looking to go the long way around the outside, and with similar results. Far too much oversteer from 1st to 3rd.
Tree forced wide in the first corner. Merstad running 3rd at the moment. Carl Svedland out front. Tree is tucked behind. Penttinen looks to the inside of the fin. Penttinen turns out of it to give Tree room. Good spatial awareness. Baumanis at the back of the pack. Surely Joker's now behind Vettel Tree.
Well, these two both have been finalists up until today, so they need to try and find a bit of pace with the additional entries this weekend.
Svedland leading from the front has been the class of the field so far this weekend, or today, sorry, in crosscars come alive relative to yesterday. I'd say Passi Penttinen's in a bit of no man's land, running 4th at the moment. On the tail of those that are yet to Joker runs deep as well, down in turns 3 and 4. Merstad Jokers this time around was waiting to see whether Svedland and Saarinen went before him. Merstad is brilliant at executing when it really matters. We were talking last night, weren't we, with some aficionados in this paddock at just how good Merstad is delivering that push lap when he needs to. Has a look up the inside of Vettel Tree. The two Norwegians running nose to tail. Tree is doing a really good job here, having jokered early and climbing back up the order. This could be securing Tree a place in the final. Runs that bit deep. Merstad just looks to the inside. Now Saarinen goes into the Joker. I think Tree and Merstad are both close enough at this stage, both on a charge. Merstad gets sideways. Saarinen in the Joker at the top of your screen. He's going to split the two Norwegians though. Vettel Tree up to 2nd now.
Merstad with a lot of work to do here. Svedland out front. Penttinen also has to Joker.
Svedland's got 4.7 over his teammate Vettel Tree. The first of those that have been into the Joker. Will Svedland go now and try and secure the position? Merstad up the inside of Saarinen in the background.
That's what he needed to do, needed to make the pass, so at least he's got the position on track.
Svedland's in the Joker, watch those dive as he jumps on the brakes. Penttinen goes through to the lead, but he's yet to Joker. Svedland comfortably out ahead of teammate Vettel Tree. But in the background, Thomas Merstad is throwing the kitchen sink and trying to make it into the final later on today, and now it's just about getting the hammer down. What's the gap back from Penttinen to
2.6,
Merstad?
2.9.
Plenty close enough is Thomas Merstad, and Penttinen has to Joker this time around.
He has to produce the lap of laps as well, Penttinen, to be able to try and make the final. In he goes. Svedland and Tree were right on his gearbox, but it's not them, it's Merstad, the Norwegian, and Penttinen trying to stay in front. Merstad, Penttinen comes out last. That was a disastrous strategy.
Ran that bit wide, didn't he? But Carl Svedland takes victory in a JC Race Technic 1-2 at the finish. Thomas Merstad salvages a podium with that overtake at the bottom of the circuit. Great job from the reigning champion. Great job as well from Vettel Tree. If we watch the purple machine 3rd on the grid here, he's going to get pushed over towards the barrier, has to come out of the throttle, then get sideways. That's where Penttinen got up the inside. So Vettel Tree was right down the order early on and managed to deliver the fast laps after that early Joker lap to climb back to 2nd. Solid job from him in a challenging couple of weekends.
That's the key move for Thomas Merstad, isn't it? He manages to get himself back up to 4th place on the road with the leader still to Joker and Passi Penttinen. Yeah, he was losing time all the way through. They were closing on him. He didn't have enough ground, and actually he made a bit of a hash of the Joker lap as well in his desperation to try and find the pace, and went from 1st literally to last. Carl Svedland, Vettel Tree, Thomas Merstad go through. 3:15.1 is the time that they will have to beat in the 2nd semi-final. So Carl Svedland on the front row, joined by Vettel Tree on row 2. So Jonathan Yililami on the left-hand side, with Espen Isaksetra, Yililami the fastest qualifier. Then Rico Huka with the yellow nose, Alex Suono with the green highlights, Charlie Subban Rosbaum and Vila Vitana with a lot of work for those two to do. And a massive wheelie as ever from Rico Huka. It's almost like it kind of hangs out the back of the machine as he drops the clutch, but still comes in third place behind Yililami and Isaksetra.
Contact to the back of the pack, but that doesn't trouble any of the regular front runners at the sharp end of this race. Yililami leads from Isaksetra, Huka and Rosman.
Suono and Vitana both joker.
Strategically complicated.
Oh, very wide indeed. And just about Huka just hanging on for Rosman, but did Yililami lose the lead? Yes.
Yes, he did, yeah.
Isaksetra went through.
Exactly what Jero Huka had done earlier on as well, just running that bit wide at the end of the straight and dropping the rear wheel into the loose stuff that drags you towards the bank. Isaksetra with a good margin now out front in crosscar terms. That's got to be over half a second, hasn't it, visually?
Is Huka shaping up to joker? No. In goes Rosman.
Not enough margin though, I don't think, over Alexis Suono in the background. We'll see.
Not a convincing beginning to that joker lap as well from Rosman.
Yeah, it's going to drop to the back of the pack here, so that's yeah, it's going to be difficult to make the final from that position with the gap as it is between those that haven't jokered and those that have. Rico Huka is 3.8 ahead of Suono, so Huka almost has enough to be able to get in and out at the moment alone.
I think that they all three might just keep going until the last lap. Huka's not losing pace here behind Yililami.
And also needs a bigger gap as well, because it's going to be very tight as things stand.
Yeah, stay out as long as you possibly can. Yililami in second place has got the pace. Huka's not been held up. Isaksetra is clear, but not getting far away. 1.0 becomes 1.2 seconds the lead.
Isaksetra could easily joker now and come back out in clear air. 4.3 the gap between Huka and Suono. Huka could go now and come out with the advantage, but it would be very close at the merge.
I don't think there's the need to, but Yililami's spotter says joker now.
Nice and tidy through the middle part, doesn't run anywhere near as wide as we've seen so far today, and is comfortably ahead of Suono, who just doesn't have the pace for whatever reason to be able to close the gap enough. Bouncing off the limiter is Rico Huka below us in the commentary position, trying to extract everything, but it's going to be enough, barring any disaster, because he is nearly 5.5 seconds ahead of Suono.
So this might be about whether he's second or third row of the grid, because as Isaksetra jokers, Huka will follow. Again, must be clean. It's not a given that you're going to only lose the minimum amount of time in the joker lap. That's the whole deal with it. And through comes Yililami into second. Huka rejoins in third. His victory for Espen Isaksetra. But Rico Huka will, like his younger brother, finish in a position that will progress him through to the back row of the final.
That was the biggest of the wheelies we've seen so far this season from Huka.
Now, fortunately, the exhaust from these motorcycle engines goes almost vertically upwards rather than out the bottom. And Huka again surviving that little brush with Rosmalm early on. That could have gone a very different way, but leaving the joker till the last lap with Isaksetra and Huka bracketing Yililami. Yililami jokering a couple of laps earlier, but it was, again, as with the first of the semis, they were the three that you would pick from the hat first as likely to go through. Not necessarily maybe in that order, but they did. 3:15.291, 3:15.134 was the time set by Carl Svedlund, so the first semi was the quicker, and so those three will be on the outside, which is not necessarily so much of a deficit here. So open two-wheel drive, and we have all five anticipated cars here. So Ryler and Johansson on row one, Lidman and Nee, the BMWs on row two. And then Bjorn Sture in the focus on row 3. Let's hope he has at least a healthy semi. Doesn't get a great launch, does he? And Jonny and Eric Lidman get together as well. Jonny comes through in 3rd, make that 2nd.
Johansson
Very wide.
Yeah, lost a lot of ground there. Jonny got up the inside, giving Victor Hansen some work to do now. Can't afford to joker so early with Bjorn Sture, who has unknown reliability at the moment. Lidman jokers on lap 1. Sture keeps going. That's not ideal for Victor Hansen, who really wouldn't some free air at the back of the pack to try and get in the joker at some point and to get back ahead of Jonny on strategy.
Drifting out wide has not really helped Victor Johansson. He's got the same speed. Jonny, the fastest on that lap by, 11 hundredths of a second over Ryler. Ryler with the slender lead in the grey Toyota Corolla. And then the blue and black BMW kicking up the dirt.
Jonny runs wide. Johansson up the inside into this fast corner. Classic Victor Johansson bails out of it to avoid contact. Lives to fight another day.
Again, if that was the final, might have kept his foot buried and his nose in there and made Jonny find a way around.
I can't see it. Johansson's just not that driver. But you never know, do you? Sture has been in the joker and lost a bit of ground now, so that opens up the opportunity for either Knee or Johansson to joker. If I were Knee, I probably would, just to try and cover off Lidman behind. If I were Johansson, what's the gap?
4.4.
He's got enough gap
Lidman
to get in and risk it.
He does. Does he joker now? No. He thought about it, didn't he? Maybe his...
I think that was a late call from the spotter saying joker, and he's gone, oh no, it's just a bit too late. He's now lost a bit of ground to Knee, but in this track that's so difficult to overtake on, the best you can hope now is to close right on the rear of Knee again and then split the strategy, but Johansson doesn't seem to have the traction through that final corner.
Well, it was 4.4 over Eric Lidman, and it is now down to 3.0. That big moment of indecision has cost Victor Johansson somewhere between half a second and a second. You're absolutely right. He's got to leave it to the last lap. Ryler jokers now.
Does as well.
Yeah, and that'll leave Johansson. Knee doesn't. So did Johansson? No, he didn't either. Yes, he did.
Really needed to stay out there, I think, Victor Johansson, because it's not going to be enough, is it, with Lidman on the standard lap.
And that might be the end of a final spot for Victor Johansson after all of that work during the week to fit an entirely different engine into the car, which means, of course, everything, wiring loom, gearbox, the whole works have to be rejigged, realigned.
Knee into the joker this time around. Ryler will retake the lead. This battle is between Johansson and Knee, because Lidman presumably is going to be either very close to Knee or ahead. There's Ryler on the standard lap. We're watching Jonny in the joker. Jonny's going to get this done.
Yes, he is, and Eric Lidman will follow him through into the final. So Jonny-Pekka Ryler into the final in the Toyota.
Johansson needed to stay out another lap then for me. Ryler takes it, Knee, Lidman going home are Johansson and Sture, and that decision to run semi-finals has not worked out for Victor Johansson at all.
Not really. And the indecision over whether or not to joker, I think that probably didn't help him here. And also drifting out wide here, I mean, there's another half second gone, and he was only 7/10 behind Eric Lidman at the line. He just thought there he was having a look at it and then didn't go in. Just allowed some survival room for Jonny. Coming across the line behind Eric Lidman. So it's Jonny-Pekka Ryler, Jonny and Eric Lidman who go through into the final for Open two-wheel drive. Victor Johansson and Bjorn Sture. Well, I have another couple of weeks, perhaps to get a couple of days of real work done, as well as working on the cars. So Lucas Gabrielsen and Mikko Saari on the front row, Thomas Venäläinen and Nico Lehtinen in the white and blue Starlet, and then Simon Tiger on the back of the grid. Tiger has struggled, hasn't he?
We've got semi-finals because Tiger has made it to the grid. to put it above the threshold required for semis. Great job from the Tiger RX squad. What have they been able to affect? It's been so busy today, I haven't been able to see what they've been able to do to the car in between the sessions.
Right, they're just being told that we're not going to go straight away. Looking round our sail, I can't quite see what the delay is. Moving the tractor back onto station perhaps was all that was required. So again, Toyota Starlet Lucas Gabrielsen, then the two Datsun Finns of the Finns, Mikko Saari on row 1, Thomas Leitinen on row 2, the pale blue and white car, the Smurf-mobile, and Mikko Leitinen and Simon Tiger with that rotary engine in his BMW E30. Great launch again from Gabrielsen, really strong. Saari shuts the door in Venäläinen, Leitinen in 4th place, Simon Tiger, well, left the line, is still in the same camera shot if it's a long one, but Lucas Gabrielsen going off like a scalded cat. That thing really leaves the line very well indeed.
I wonder if they've managed to get Tiger's car in some kind of gear, because it sounds like it's revving very cleanly as Tiger goes into the Joker at the first opportunity. Sorry, very sideways towards the end of the lap. Yeah, I wonder if they've managed to get enough done to Tiger's car to get it running, but not at its optimum. And you just never know what's going to happen in the semi-final, do you? Just like we saw Victor Hansen go out in the final last week with electric power only.
And it's all points, and you know, you don't come to watch, you do come to compete. So if you can get the car out and do anything with it, then that's, you know, that rewards the hard work of everybody who's dug deep to try and make it work.
You just never know, either do you? If everyone falls over each other in the first corner, you can poop around and make it into the final. That's a solid result. Bend the line and into the Joker. This time around, you can see the damage on the front of the car where Lucas Gabrielsen rolled up it yesterday.
Oh, lots of flame on the overrun there from Venäläinen. Lucas Gabrielsen still with the lead and pulling away from Mikko Saari. It was 0.89 of a second.
Tiger's not miles away, is he, from the back of Venäläinen? The two cars that have jokered. Maybe Tiger's nursing an issue that's intermittent. Impossible to say from here, but up front Gabrielsen has a margin of 5.9 over Venäläinen, who has jokered. Saari into the extra route, sends it in, clips the wall, just like a snowbank on Rally Sweden, gets the car rotated but loses a bit of time.
And that's going to drop him behind Leitinen's Toyota and behind Venäläinen. No.
Venäläinen lifted there for teammate Saari. They're parked right, they could not be closer in the awning to each other, could they, in the paddock? No. So sportsmanship between the two Datsun Finn machines.
So got a Toyota Starlet 1-2 at the moment. Gabrielsen and Leitinen both need to joker. There's 3.8 between first and second, and another 2 seconds back to 3rd place Saari. So this should work very well for Gabrielsen. Does Leitinen make it through into the final as well?
We'll have to wait another lap because Leitinen's gone again. Gabrielsen's actually going to lose a bit behind Leitinen here, but that won't matter to Gabrielsen as long as he doesn't lose enough that he comes under threat from Saari. Where's Venäläinen behind?
Gabrielsen's got track position, which is what he needed. So even if he loses a few tenths to Leitinen, it's not going to be a couple of seconds. And actually, Mikko Leitinen, 39.2 his best lap compared to 38.4 of Gabrielsen. So Gabrielsen was just sort of running up into the back bumper of the Toyota in front of him. And Leitinen not got enough pace to make it through into the top 3. It will be Gabrielsen and then the two Datsun Finns of Mikko Saari and Thomas Venäläinen at the line. They will go through. Simon Tiger had enough to be a threat for that final berth on the grid, didn't he?
Yeah, despite the slow start.
Close, yeah.
Look how slow the start is relative to everyone else, but he was there or thereabouts at the end, and had it been a messier race, then he definitely would have been in the thick of it, and ultimately he's gained at least a position, hasn't he, by finishing ahead of Leitinen. So solid job from Tiger despite all of these issues.
Just watching that replay, I wonder if maybe he's missing second gear, because he got off the line well and then they all left him.
Could well be the case.
And then by the end of it, he's in the thick of it and he's lapping quickly. So, and you know, maybe he's got a gearbox, or maybe just missed a shift. Lucas Gabrielsen, Mikko Sari and Thomas Venäläinen go through into the final for Open two-wheel drive. So those are our 3 categories with semis to be decided.
We will be back in just 7 minutes time. So grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a biscuit or something and get ready for the last finals of the weekend here at Honkajoki. 6.5 minutes. We'll be right back.
amatöörifinaalissa. Ja tässä lähdössä ovat mukana eturivistä 93 Tobias Garbach Tanskasta ja 17 Adam Öhman Ruotsi. Toinen rivi. Ja takarivistä mukaan 13 Robert Sirna Viro. Ja muitapa siinä ei sitten olekaan.
Welcome back to Honkajoki in Finland, everybody, as we get set for the first of our finals after an entertaining day of action yesterday. Today has been bright and sunny, but extremely windy. That doesn't seem to have affected our drivers. So as we go into our four-wheel drive Pro-Am final, Tobias Darback on pole position, the yellow and red machine. Adam Oman alongside him. Then Joni-Pekka Raila in the Mitsubishi Mirage. The dominant force yesterday, but with a little bit more trouble coming his way today. Pasi Penttinen on row 2 in the Ford Fiesta, and Romet Cerna does make the final on the 5th position of the grid. He's not had the best of runs today either. Away we go, and from row 2, watch Joni-Pekka Raila can't get inside. And he is eased down to 4th place, but that becomes 3rd.
Penttinen wide, Cerna takes a watching brief in the background. Darback at the front of the order, hounded by Oman. Oman runs a bit deep, he's so rear biased in the balance of that car, and he loves going sideways. Penttinen will joker this time around from the back of the pack. I do wonder if Cerna may have jokered there to try and get some free air, because we know how fast Romet is. Punched up behind the leading trio at the moment as we complete the opening of these 5 laps.
I also know how fast Ryler's been in that Mitsubishi yellow car in 3rd place, so he shouldn't be holding Romet Cerna up too much.
It's just a concertina effect, isn't it, of having 4 cars together in the braking area. Everyone has to react to each other, but in fairness, Darback is pulling a bit of a margin here. A second ahead of Oman as they crossed the line last time around.
So does Cerna joker? He doesn't, but Ryler does.
Ryler trying to cover off compatriot Pasi Penttinen behind the other supercar in this race. Cerna on a big push behind, right out to the exit of the track, gets the rotation done into the penultimate corner. Ryler has comfortably come out ahead of Penttinen.
Done more than enough there, hasn't he? And now the potential for the podium is clear for Ryler. The question is, how far up will he go? Darback still leading. Darback looking very composed here.
Fastest lap of the race for Oman, last of around 37.3 into the joker. This is to try and get ahead of Ryler.
So Oman, having over-rotated everywhere, needs to be neater and tidier in the joker. That looked pretty decent. Actually, Darback with a very sideways moment coming down the hill as well. And
Oman to the outside of Ryler into the final corner after the joker merge. Ryler's got it covered though, gets in the throttle, runs the Mirage out wide, which helps in covering off the position. Oman's got a lot to do now because they both need to get after Cerna. Cerna's done the fastest lap of the race so far. Really, when it mattered most to him, if I was Jarmo Vos, I'd send Romet again here to try and increase the margin, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Up front though, Darback's been into the joker, doesn't want to give Ryler the free air, cuts the corner in the joker section. Look at Cerna take the lead. This is going to be close between Darback and Ryler. Oh, contact between the two.
And that might open the door for Oman, and it does. And Oman might take 2nd place here as well, with Cerna yet to joker. This could be another final going the way of Adam Oman.
Here comes
Darback
Ryler.
very sideways. Has he got damage?
This is all playing into the hands of Romet Cerna up front though. The gap 3.8 back to Adam Oman. Oman needs to keep his head here in the final lap and try and extract everything he can.
I think Darback has got an issue with the car as well after those multiple contacts. And through has gone Ryler. So it's now Cerna versus Oman for the win. And Cerna's coming on from the rejoin just in front.
Great pace from Cerna over those couple of laps he needed. And he's going to cross the line to take victory in the open four-wheel drive final. Darback carrying damage over the line. Adam Oman finishes 2nd ahead of Ryler. I think it'll be looked on dimly, that joker merge from Darback, because the room was there. He carried too much pace and collected the side of Ryler. We'll see it again in a minute, I'm sure.
Penttinen with the wide line, and there you saw Romet Cerna pushing so hard. Well, he's turned his day around, hasn't he? He didn't have a great run in qualifying, and he has come out on top in the final.
This is the merge between Ryler and Omen. Omen just getting covered off. And this is Darback from the Joker. This is what we want to see most. So watch the red car on the right. Now we need to see that from further back, really, because the contact's already happened.
Yeah.
Ultimately, though, the general rule of thumb is that you have to give way from the Joker merge. The reason that Luke Anderson got a black flag earlier was because his trajectory was different on the lap in which they had contact to the other laps he'd done so far in that race. Is the reasoning behind the race director's decision, but I think the room was there from Ryler, wasn't it? And the door was not as closed as it may have been.
See how windy it is? There's a bit of damaged bodywork being blown around. You don't see that very often, do you? That's not a paper plate. That would have been disappeared into the next county by now. That is a bit of bodywork. And here it is.
Oof. That's okay from that angle. It's not as clear cut as I made out. It looks like the rear, maybe more racing incident then, because Ryder's run the rear of the car wide and collected the side of Darback, whereas from the outside it looked like Darback had driven into the side of Ryler. So
no, it's a bit more like the earlier one with Anderson, is that he's kind of just lost it a little bit here on the loose, pinched an inch on the corner, and watch his right rear tyres, they drift out wide. He's got a big slide going.
He is starting forward trajectory there, and actually Darback has turned right there, so I take it all back. I would call that a racing incident rather than something that Darback's done wrong.
Yeah, they both got very crossed up and just trying to drive their way out of it. Now then, Alexander Lindqvist, Roberts Vittels with Kevin Darback and Pontus Oskarsson. This is the Supercar Lights final, and a great start again from Lindqvist. Is absolutely on fire, and the other Darback jumps into second place ahead of the dominant force of the season so far. Roberts Vittels with 3 wins from 3 finals, and it's, well, I was going to say, it doesn't look like it's going to be that today. Lindqvist has definitely had the pace all day. Vittels does Joker now, and Pontus Oskarsson follows him through.
It was Darback. Vittels was on to win last time out, wasn't he? But it was Darback who made it to the end after that slow puncture for Vittels. Not worked out for him at all today, and if he hasn't been able to get pole, Lindqvist's start's been so good that every time Vittels has been forced out wide, and almost every time of late, Darback's got the nose in and forced Vittels that bit wider. Eric Fahren, the team owner of the Team Fahren squad that Vittels is driving for, we will be watching on from afar today.
Lindqvist 3.9 ahead at the end of that lap. Can't Joker now, and nor can Darback, and Vittels absolutely flying in the back of that shot.
Has brilliant ultimate pace, does Roberts Vittels. Lindqvist just needs more pace, doesn't he? I don't think there's anything else you can do, because at the moment Vittels is clearly quicker. What's the pace going to be like? Lindqvist goes fastest lap of the race so far. What's Vittels going to do as they cross the line? Takes a tenth off him. Vittels is closing the gap here down to 3.8 to race leader Lindqvist.
Yeah, and 2.8 behind Darback, so they can't Joker this lap. They need to find pace, but they're not going to find pace. Vittels is alive now, and Lindqvist and Darback are losing time by staying out, so they've just got to hope that Vittels overcooks it somewhere.
Vittels has made a mistake somewhere. He's lost a lot of time, Martin. He's lost half a second in the opening sector. You can see the gap has grown as they cross the line. Lindqvist does another fastest lap of the race, 36.9. Vittels does a 37.2. 5 seconds is the gap now. Lindqvist has the margin if he can get a nice tidy Joker. Is his spotter really across the gaps here? Will they send the young Swede in? They do. Lindqvist goes in. Darback's going to go again to try and increase the margin. This is a critical Joker lap for Lindqvist.
This is going to win or lose the final for Lindqvist, and he keeps it tidy on the exit of that chicane. And at the rejoin, he's got enough, has he? No, he's all over the bank. Loses some momentum, but he comes back on in front of Roberts Vittels. Now, what can Kevin Darback do?
I wonder if Vittels has got an issue, because he's lost more time again. 37.2 that time around, 37.5 for now race leader Darback. What's the gap to first? 3.3 back from Darback to Vittels. Darback's going to slot into third, I think, after this Joker, but what a job from Alexander Lindqvist.
Yeah, superb stuff. He's got the fastest lap of the race so far. His Joker is neat and tidy, and Darback might still take second ahead of Roberts Vittels. No, not quite enough pace. As he, or has he as he rejoins? Yes, he does. And Vittles, I wonder if you're right, whether he's carrying an issue and just went, okay, doors open, through you go.
What a job though from Alexander Lindqvist, has been brilliant today here in Honkajoki. He's going to celebrate with donuts in his maiden campaign in Supercar lights.
Just clumped a bit of the rear bodywork off on the curb there as well.
He won't be bothered.
No, somebody else will have to fix it. Great launch, and again with that inside track into this long right-hander first corner. On the outside, Roberts Vittles, and again, as has happened 2 or 3 times, Kevin Darback getting his nose inside. And this was the seal of it, wasn't it? He had the time gap, he just could not afford to blow this, and he didn't. That's as neat and tidy a Joker lap as you will see.
He ran really wide on the exit, didn't he? Right to the barrier. Hit the wall actually on the far side, just carried too much, but he was lucky to get away with that, to be fair.
NASCAR walled it.
Bit of a Ross Chastain moment in the final segment there. I wonder if Vittles did have a bit of a problem because he lost a good half a second on the previous lap, and then he had the margin to come back out ahead of Darback, but Darback did enough, and obviously did a great Joker as well to just get ahead into second. There's confirmation of the result. Alexander Lindqvist takes a maiden victory at Supercar lights level ahead of Darback, Vittles and Pontus Oskarsson.
Yeah, really good day for Alexander Lindqvist. He's been on it from the word go. So now then, into Crosscar Juniors with Ivari Manisto, again after a torrid day, starting on pole position from P2 Matalamaki, Sebastian Isaac-Secha and Matthias Toivio on row 2, Jere Huka on row 3, and Minia Perämäki again fighting away through onto the back row of the grid, and from here anything is possible. Manisto and Perämäki, and a great start from Toivio, looking to try and make it 3 wide. He's got to cover off Isaac-Secha and can't. Huka in 4th is coming through on the inside. Huka will be 4th, was 5th, will be 4th, and Minia Perämäki also moving up ahead of Matthias Toivio, and she goes around the outside of Huka, and there's contact, and she goes around, and Toivio has to go the long way around the outside to avoid her. Well, I don't think that was anybody other than Minia Perämäki just trying to make a move that maybe wasn't quite there.
Huka had run really wide on the exit of 2, and that opened up the door for Perämäki. So unlucky to have contact there up front though. Matlamaki's in the Joker for the first time of asking. That gives a little bit of breathing space to Sebastian Isaac-Secha to climb up the order. Isaac-Secha now the driver giving chase to race leader Manisto. Manisto with a 39.5 on the opening lap of this 5-lap final.
There are your leaders. 3rd place, Jere Huka. Huka with 2 third-place finishes, 1 on Saturday in Sweden, 1 on Saturday here. Can he make it a 3rd? What's the gap back from Isaac-Secha? It's 2.1 to Matalamaki in 4th. That's not enough yet for them to Joker. Huka is still in the danger zone for Manisto and Isaac-Secha.
Huka does the fastest lap of the race so far. That's better for Matalamaki. 4.2 off the lead is Matalamaki. That could be very close indeed for the 4th place driver. The leader of those that are taking the Joker just saw Matalamaki flash through the shot there at the end of the first of the straights. Manisto goes again. Does anyone Joker this time around? Huka does. Yep. Not convinced that's the right call, because that's going to drop him behind Matalamaki at least. It's going to be close to Toivio for the blue, yellow and red machine. Chucks it into the final part of the Joker section, comfortably out ahead of Toivio in fairness, but Matalamaki has cleared another of the drivers ahead onto a podium spot for Matalamaki, who basically matches his best lap of the race so far, consistently the quickest now. 39.2 on his last 2 laps, 39.5, 39.4 for Manisto.
And only 3.8 seconds off the leader, so Manisto Jokers now. Isaac-Secha doesn't, knows the danger. Manisto may not come out in front of Matalamaki here. 3.9 is not a big enough margin. There's Matalamaki, there's Manisto coming out behind, so Matalamaki has really turned on the speed here. Matalamaki ahead of the pole sitter, and Sebastian Isaac-Secha leads but has yet to Joker.
Isaac-Secha's gap back to Huka is 4.7 seconds, that should be enough if he can absolutely execute in the Joker lap section for this final time of asking. Minister and Matlamaki, of course, the pair that came together in Q2 earlier on and didn't make it beyond the first corner. Etc. sends it into the Joker this time around.
Nicely done. Looked like he carried too much speed in, but in fact he just got the Scandinavian flick in to slow it, and he comes in just underneath Huka. So Etc. will have third, but Matlamaki, Manisto and Etc. is your podium. No Sunday podium for Jiri Huka.
Fastest lap of the race on the final tour for Matlamaki. Delivered brilliantly fast laps there, did the young Finn, to claim a first victory of the campaign. Solid job, despite getting forced out wide there in the opening corner.
Well, he chose to sit alongside Manisto, didn't he? And that's always the drama. But there you saw Minia Perämäki just contact late on there with Jiri Huka.
Second is just not really the place to start from here, is it? Because you get forced out wide. Matlamaki celebrating with donuts below us in the commentary position.
Unless you make the decision to drop in behind the leader before you're even starting and just look for that gap and make that gap for yourself, you're right, because you commit yourself to the outside line and we know what happens then. You just get on the dirt and it just sucks you away. So P2 Matlamaki doing celebratory donuts down below us, now heading back to the paddock and to a very warm reception, I'm sure, from friends and family. Ivari Manisto taking second place and Sebastian Etc. in third. So congratulations to P2 Matlamaki. A weekend without competition at home next week, and then back at it in Alspin in a couple of weeks' time. So from Crosscar Junior to Crosscar, a slightly different look again, with Svedland coming alight this weekend. Espen is Etc. on the outside of the front row of the grid, and then Jonathan Yililami and Vettel Tree. Thomasik Murstad, the reigning champion, fifth, and Rikke Huka, where he started the semi in sixth position. But Carl Svedland, with that black machine with little white flashes, has been a revelation here this weekend. Starting on pole position from Espen is Etc. Watch Jonathan Yililami from row 2 of the grid, that tantalising gap as he looks between the front row starters. We've seen so many three wides, but it's an even start from him and Vettel Tree.
He's Etc. spun sideways in the opening corner. He's missed by the pack. That's Huka bouncing off the bank in the background. Svedland is out front at the moment. That was a little bit chaos in the opening corner. Peak Murstad up to third. The leading quartet are running nose to tail, but Svedland has got three out front.
Vettel Tree in second place. Yeah.
Huka Jokers at the opening opportunity, having run that bit wide in avoidance.
Got to try and do something, haven't you, there?
Oh, clip of the bank for Yililami in the penultimate corner. Peak Murstad is top right up behind Vettel Tree.
And being held up by Vettel Tree as well. Peak Murstad was quicker, but Carl Svedland racing away with this.
1.2 ahead at the end of this lap.
Murstad shows his nose very early, and Thomasik Murstad almost made that pay. Is he going to joker now? He can't afford to, really, and Vettel Tree does, and that's going to release Peak Murstad. That might be the chance that Thomasik Murstad needs. He had to use the joker lap in the semi-final to get through into the final on the last lap, and did. Thomasik Murstad now with Jonathan Yililami with him.
Tree returns to the main circuit in
fourth place now.
Fifth, I think,
Fifth
behind these Etc. Yet to joker. Yeah. There's only a second and a half between them there. Will Tree lose a bit of ground? Held up behind his compatriot. There's Etc. at the bottom of the shot. Tree will be just behind. Svedland goes again. Murstad's jokering this time around. This is to try and cover off Tree. Murstad on a big push through the joker section.
I'm not sure he's got enough. He was only 3.5, 3.3 ahead to Vettel Tree.
There is Tree on the inside. Murstad's car dives on the nose as he hits the brake. Tree has taken the position. Julalami now up to second behind Svedland as these Joker strategies play out with just a couple of laps to go.
It's Etc. still to Joker as well, so the top 3 yet to Joker. And first to fourth.
Tree's gone wide. Merstad looks to the inside. We've cut away to leader. Carl Svedland in the Joker. The 2 Norwegians are at it at the bottom of the straight.
Merstad had the opportunity there but didn't have the traction, and again he's flying up behind Vettel Tree. He's going to have to do this on the road, and he's on the inside, and there's contact.
They're both off. Here comes Hukar, next contact with Merstad. Hukar sent wide in the final corner. He's lost on the ground. He's Etc. now wanting a piece of this as well at the moment. Tree is in a podium position, but there's a big fight going on behind Julalami. Second has 3.4 over Tree. Tree can still finish second in this race. Svedland, though, has absolutely dominated. We've barely seen him. Here's Julalami into the Joker.
Julalami could come out behind all 4 of these other guys, or these other cars. Vettel Tree looks like this might be second place for him. It is. Who's going to be on the podium? Thomas Ingmerstad
drops it. Ingmerstad spun. Hukar gains the position up front, though. Carl Svedland takes a second win of the season, a first win in the Rallyx North Series. It's a 1-2 finish for JC Race Technique with Vettel Tree in second, Jonathan Julalami, the best of the Finns, in third, and Thomas Ingmerstad has been so quick this year but also so flamboyant and dropped it right at the end in that big fight for the final podium spot.
Was there enough action in that one for you? That was fun, wasn't it? Wow, so right from the start.
Etc. gets turned sideways here in the first corner. Nothing Svedland could do, in fairness. Etc. has come across. Hukar did a great job of getting out of that and nearly made the podium by the tune of half a second. Cars everywhere.
I'm not sure there was even contact there. I think, again, it was just dropping out wide, and Vettel Tree at the rejoin had enough. And so Thomas Ingmerstad had to do it on the road, and he nearly got it done once. He nearly got it done twice.
He was actually ahead for a moment there, but Vettel Tree had the momentum around the outside.
And here, throws it up the inside.
On 2 wheels. To be fair, took a big cut in avoidance. Didn't intend to push Tree that wide. Hukar actually helped in straightening up Merstad with that bit of contact in the front wheel. Hukar
almost all opened up for Hukar there. And
Hukar nearly finished second after being massively off the road in the first corner, and there Merstad just drops it. I think, in fairness to him, he's trying not to have contact with anyone, so it's almost a spin in avoidance as much as anything.
Yep. Lots of drama going
Carl
on there.
Svedland takes the victory from Tree and Julalami. Hukar, Etc. and Merstad all finish.
Great stuff from Carl Svedland, and that's really how his day's gone. Victor Johansson we're waiting for.
So Victor Johansson hadn't made the final, and I've since seen a very recent race director's message in the Sportity channel for the championship that Johnny was given a penalty in his semi, a time penalty, which has dropped him back and given Johansson a starting position. But you never know in these situations. Johansson could well have been disgruntled at not making the final and been packing up ready to go home. So let's have a see how long it's going to be for Johansson. How long do you wait? It's
well, again,
isn't it?
Yeah, again, unfortunately, communicating it on a digital device is fine as long as the driver or somebody in the team is watching Sportity and not just busy.
Oh, they get told as well in the paddock, but that's how we find out. We're eagerly looking across what we can see from here. Unfortunately, we've got no camera in the paddock to work out what Johansson is up to.
Well, we do have one roaming camera in the paddock, but he's doing unhinged for next week, or windswept, I think it's called. So unhinged. It's not unfiltered. It's unhinged, because you probably need to be involved in rallycross at any kind of level. Actually, Joni-Pekka Raila and Lucas Gabrielsen are there on the grids. The Toyota Corolla, the grey car on the left-hand side of your picture, and the black and red Toyota Starlet. That's row 1.
Here comes Johansson in the background.
Row 2, Mika Sari in his Datsun Finn and the black E30 M3 of Eric Lidman, and then Victor Johansson will appear. You can see the nose of the Mercedes getting ready to join, and Thomas Venäläinen in the blue and white Datsun Finn, lining up in third place. And for those of you who aren't from Finland and want to know what a Datsun Finn with 2 ends is, it is essentially a sort of 2-door, very early Bluebird. It's now smaller than a Bluebird. What would that have been? It would have been sort of a 160J or something, I don't know. I'm not sure there was another market equivalent of it. A 2-door, in fact, because of course it's not a hatchback, it's a saloon. A 2-door saloon, a rarity, definitely in Datsun history. So Victor Johansson joins in the Mercedes, and we are ready to go with our open 2-wheel drive final, and Joni-Pekka Raila in his second final of the day. Let's see if he can convert this one more successfully than he did in the Mitsubishi Mirage. But Lucas Gabrielsen will rival him away from the start. It will be a Toyota 1-2, likely as not, but in which order? Of course, now I've said that, they'll collide, and Datsun will come through, followed by a BMW, but we'll see. Good strong start from both front row men, and look at Gabrielsen again. The brilliant shot from the drone shows how quickly that car gets away. Venäläinen out very, 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 very wide indeed, and just comes back on in front of slow departing Eric Lidman.
Look at the start as well from Victor Johansson from the back of the grid. Actually got boxed in behind Sari and may have made more ground, but got up the inside of Venäläinen, who then went deep. Johansson into the Joker for the first time of asking. This is to try and get some free air, backs it in, loses a bit of time as he tries to get it all squared up into the chicane section. Gabrielsen though leading out front.
You don't think of a 190 Mercedes being a big old bus, but in this company it probably is, isn't it? And Eric Lidman followed him in as well in the E30 M3.
Perfect for Victor Johansson. He got followed in by Lidman, who clearly doesn't have the pace we saw in Chirp last weekend, or indeed at Valkenswaard earlier in the year. Raila taking chase to Gabrielsen. Raila will definitely want to mix up the strategy if they've got the margin behind, which they do at the moment. At the moment, though, it's Sari that goes in, followed by teammate Venäläinen. I would have stayed out as Venäläinen to try and increase the gap to those behind Sari.
Well, Sari had enough ground over Victor Johansson. Venäläinen did not. He's only 3.5 seconds ahead of the Mercedes, and it shows. I'm not sure that was a great joker from Venäläinen's spotter.
Venäläinen's had great pace so far this weekend, proved that we're going fastest overall in Q3, but this battle is for the lead at the front of the order. Your championship leader, Lucas Gabrielsen, under big pressure from Joni-Pekka Raila, who won yesterday afternoon. For sure Raila will joker this time around. If Gabrielsen doesn't, Gabrielsen goes early to try and take.
Well, he was 4.1 ahead of Nico Sari in third, and he's 5.9 ahead of Victor Johansson.
Surely that was to try and take Raila with him, because you wouldn't want to give Raila a couple of laps. Sari gets ahead, Gabrielsen to the inside, gets on the brakes early, tries to get the nose of the starlet underneath the Datsun Finn, can't get it done. Miku Sari could be on for a victory here at home, but what can Raila do? Did the fastest lap of the race so far last time around, a 38.5. Sari did a 38.5 as well.
And drops the ball, Sari. He got sideways, got fully crossed up. Gabrielsen went by him, and so now what's the margin? It was 3.6 ahead of Sari, it was 4.3 ahead of Gabrielsen.
Gabrielsen lost 3 tenths in the opening sector to Raila. Raila goes again, he's going to joker on the final tour. I think Raila might have this with the time loss for Gabrielsen in that battle with Sari. Venäläinen still hounding the back of reigning champion Johansson in the background. Gabrielsen last time around did a 38.5, a 38.5 as well for Raila. The gap is 4.7. This needs to be a perfect lap for Lucas Gabrielsen if he's going to close the gap enough when Raila goes into the Joker.
And it's got to be perfect for Raila in the Joker as well. Gets the Toyota slowed and rotated nicely. That's an excellent Joker, and that will cover off Gabrielsen. Gabrielsen hasn't got the pace to shut the door on him. Raila comes out in front. It is a Toyota 1-2. Joni-Pekka Raila leads to the checkered flag from Lucas Gabrielsen, and Mikko Sari on the podium just behind Lucas Gabrielsen. 17 hundredths of a second, the official margin at the line. If it had been another 50 metres, he would have had his nose in front.
What a weekend for Joni-Pekka Raila. 3 wins from 4 starts is not a bad reward for the effort put into being here. That was Venäläinen running super wide. It might have been a bit different had Gabrielson got out ahead of Sari and not had to have that battle. But then was Ryler capable of doing more as well? It's so difficult to say.
It is, isn't it? But at the time, I thought Gabrielson didn't have enough ground to cover off Sari, and so it proved.
Gabrielson was wide there on the latter part of the Joker. That's probably what cost him that position in the first place. Will we see the mistake from Sari? Ran that bit deep. That's exactly where Gabrielson made contact with Sari's teammate Van der Leyen yesterday. The Smurfmobile spitting flames as ever. Ryler, though, absolutely nailed the Joker section, didn't he, to maintain his advantage. Gabrielson will be frustrated, I'm sure, but ultimately the biggest points of the regular drivers is going to be good for him, heading up 12's been in a couple of weeks as the championship leader.
Yep, and heading home will be the Mercedes. Eric Libman just off the boil there. Victor Johansson just out of it in 4th place ahead of Thomas van der Leyen, but Mikko Sari 1700s away from 2nd place. Lucas Gabrielson will be happy of those extra few points ahead of Mikko Sari in the overall season standings, and again that's going to confirm him even more as our points leader. So now then into our pro final for open 4-wheel drive. Ollie Eriksson on pole, hoping that there's a bit of better luck coming his way, same as Juha Ruuttinen, and then Tobias Darbach, Adam Omen, Simon Olofsson and Romet Serna. Away we go, and at least Eriksson's on the inside this time, so may not be heading off into the wild blue yonder.
Darbach spins, contact with Ruuttinen, out the inside goes Serna, Omen round the outside, perfect for and Omen spun again after further contact with Serna. Cars everywhere in the opening corner. Ollie Eriksson though out front ahead of yesterday's victor in Juha Ruuttinen.
It's a 2-horse race now, isn't it? And Ollie Eriksson ahead of Omen with a very badly damaged car, and how close is he to the racing line?
I think he's well off from the commentary position. There is Adam Omen running to safety. Ollie Eriksson with a comfortable margin. Darbach sends his FC2 machine into the Joker. There is Omen with the wheel totally detached. Good margin for Ollie Eriksson. This is where he dropped it yesterday, isn't it? While leading this very final. There's been 5 different winners in the Rallyx events so far this year in the FC2 open 4-wheel drive category. Can Oliver Eriksson become the first double winner of the campaign?
Well, flying lap 36.8 compared to 37.9 of Ruuttinen, so over 1.1 seconds quicker.
Ruuttinen took a bit of contact in the first corner scrum. Has that done some damage to his car? The machine that Nicholas Gronholm drove to a string of podiums in the opening couple of weekends of the campaign. Romet Serna comfortably 3rd in a 1-2-3 for OMSE run cars. Ruuttinen Jokers this time around, but he's got miles of time ahead of Serna.
Over 9 seconds. As long as he can actually get this car rotated, Romet Serna is not going to be able to jump in, and Ollie Eriksson has this in both hands. Look how far Romet Serna is behind. Serna's car is probably not going quite as quick as it might have been.
You've got to keep focused though at this stage, and Ollie Eriksson knows that better than anyone. He's had such a turbulent time in the last couple of years. Oh, as I say that, Ruuttinen comes close to dropping it on the exit of turn 2. Fastest lap of the race so far last time around for Ollie Eriksson. It was a 36.5 into the Joker. He had a comfortable margin over Ruuttinen before that mistake for the Finn. It was 5.6 last time, but a big mistake for Ruuttinen at the opening phase of this lap, and Eriksson now just needs to manage the situation from the front of the order into the final lap.
Well, he's been in this place so many times before. He'll have the composure to do it and not be second guessing himself. You've got to back yourself in these situations. There's Romet Serna in 3rd, and again, Serna's best lap, a 38.0 compared to 36.5 of Ollie Eriksson.
Will have damage though from all that contact in the first couple of corners. He's had a tough day, has Romet Serna. This will be good reward for him and Jarmo Vosa in the pace camp within OMSE. But up front, Ollie Eriksson has driven brilliantly in this final.
Great job for Ollie Eriksson. Ollie Eriksson, as he comes to the line, then he claims the win in the pro final. Juha Ryktönen in second place, and Romet Cerna's second podium of the day as he takes third in the pro final.
Second podium in the pro category of the weekend as well. There's a stipulation in the regulation that the amount of podiums you get in the pro final stops you being an AM, so let's see if Cerna is allowed in the AM category for the next weekend in Alvsbyn.
Well, if he's taking pro podiums, then actually whether or not he gets to go into the AMs it starts to become slightly redundant, isn't it? He's got enough there. So there is Ollie Eriksson.
Delighted with that after the issues of yesterday, but you can also tell that it's his job to repair the car by how tentatively he got on the roof. You've seen many youngsters jump on the roof of event-winning and championship-winning cars and destroy the roof skin.
Yep.
Of course, they will composite the FC2 roofs anyway, but yeah. Last thing Ollie wants to do is give himself or anyone in the team more work.
Any more work, no, exactly. There's enough going on in terms of working a rallycross car anyway without having to add to it with a little bit of panel damage on the roof.
I'm intrigued to see the replay of the opening corner here and establish exactly what went on as Ollie Eriksson returns to the paddock.
Follows Romet Cerna, and so top three all going back to OMSE. Well, you
Right.
get your wish.
Let's have a look back at this then. So Eriksson makes a good start. Ryktönen breaks early. Darback's up the inside. Darback gets spun by contact from the outside of Ryktönen, and I don't actually think there's anything untoward there. Darback's facing absolutely backwards at one point. Darback's bounced off the wall actually and then bounced into Ryktönen. Omen's just T-boned Darback but had no choice.
And Cerna likewise.
Cerna's probably damaged the steering there because he had quite a contact again with Darback, and then, well, I wouldn't be surprised if that had done more damage because that was quite an impact, wasn't it?
I think that smashed Omen's front wheel, didn't it?
Poor Omen was just a pinball in that,
Yeah.
didn't really have a lot of choice. This was Ryktönen, who just didn't have the pace of Ollie Eriksson. His best lap was half a second off that of Ollie Eriksson.
Yeah.
Eriksson being the class of the field in this final, and yeah, won the race. Arguably he should have won yesterday, having dropped it from the lead.
Yep. Well, if the history of repeating the same mistake is something that nobody really wants, do they? So Ollie Eriksson the winner by 3 seconds from Juha Ryktönen, and Romet Cerna in third place after damage. Tobias Darback with damage, Ryktönen with damage, Simon Olofsson at the moment both with damage as well.
Kiitos, ja se on moi.
All right. That was fun. That was a fun day's racing, and the finals absolutely climaxed the weekend, didn't they?
As is so often the case, and yeah, the finals were brilliant. Crosscar especially. I think the crosscar pace has been there this year, but the racing perhaps hasn't been what we've expected from that category in recent years. But that crosscar final was just 6 exceptionally good crosscar drivers going at it. The pace was super close and some great action. But that's been the same across all the categories. A new winner in junior, open two-wheel drivers delivered yet again. New winner in Supercar Lights and Alexander Lindqvist, which after a great battle with Roberts Vittles. They've all been good, haven't they? If anything, we were robbed a little bit of a good final in the Pro 4-wheel drive class because you lost Omen and Olofsson so early. Darback and Cerna clearly had issues, and Ryktönen, for whatever reason, just didn't have the pace of Eriksson. But you can't take away from Ollie Eriksson the job he's done, because as the leader, you can only lead from the front, can't you? You can't do any more than that. So, yeah.
But he controlled the pace and, yeah, didn't let yesterday affect today. And that's the key thing. So easy to say, so hard to do in sport is to leave it all behind you, win, lose or draw. So there you go. That is it for our second consecutive race weekend. A weekend off now for everybody in Rallyx Nordic. So they'll be glad to get back home and get time to repair body, soul, and in a lot of cases machinery as well.
Absolutely. Before everyone heads even further north to the land of the absolute midnight sun at Alvsbyn, a home race for so many of our contingent here. Certainly the open two-wheel drive runners, some of those in four-wheel drive as well, like Adam Omen, and we'll have a lot of different entries too up in Alvsbyn. And
a different look in the commentary position as well. Been delighted to be back with Rallyx after an entertaining time in Alvsbyn last season. In 2 weeks' time I'll be heading off to Le Mans for the 24 hours though, so Hal will be again with a fresh partner alongside.
Yeah, looking forward to it. It's always a great weekend. You experienced last year. The track in Alspin's fantastic. Been great racing here in Honkajoki as well. First time for Rallyx at this venue. Proper old school track, really nice flowing, and a great team here who put on a good event. So yeah, can't wait to be back.
So that's it from here in Honkajoki, from Hal, from me, and from the entire TV production crew here, from everybody at Rallyx. Have a nice time. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Back in 2 weeks from now.